You alright?
I'm just thinking. That is all.
Darling.
I've been doing a lot of that.
Hopefully everyone has. Perhaps that's overly ambitious of me.
Morning.
Morning.
Good morning.
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 Thank you.
You're fine.
What are you reading?
Combat logs. Specifically, one of the books we picked up from the Palvandorians.
Oh, is it good?
Simple logs of days past from combat experiences and kind of tactical assessments.
Oh,
Morning,
Learn
Talia.
anything
What are you
helpful?
looking for?
oh, good morning.
And just a thought I had overnight on some stuff I've been working on. Nothing critical. I can leave if you're talking.
No,
Oh no,
you're...
no. This is a shared space. No, you're allowed to stay. I
Hope you two are
yeah.
both doing well. I
We're
wouldn't be
doing
the first time.
I am.
No, I wouldn't kick you out unless there was a meeting. And then I'd politely ask for you to wait.
Hmm.
Mm.
Penny for your thoughts, Barrett.
Go on. What specifically?
How likely is it that things are going to go well when we land?
How many people who are on the ship, and with people having a very vivid imagination and are very open about some of their opinions, I wouldn't be surprised that if everything goes correct, we should be maybe have a couple injured at best. If anything goes worse, probably gonna have a couple of heads roll. But again, that's just how I imagine some people are not going to understand what happens when people have loose lips. That's just my opinion.
Oh dear.
We're gonna have to learn real quick.
I don't know. Not a surprising answer, I suppose, but...
Oh, okay. That's where all of
Okay.
it
Hail,
It'll be
Celine.
very interesting when some of these people think that they can have the advantage only because of magic. It's definitely going to be very interesting to see some of those faces. Good to have you.
Yeah.
sleep okay?
Yeah, and part of the reason why is a little worrisome given what happened last time this occurred. They are all dead silent.
Hmm?
I do not hear any of them right now.
Oh, I thought. Well, I was like, well, this is a library. Normally, people are quiet in here, aren't they? But then I
No.
realized what you meant.
All those voices are usually constantly talking. They're
Even
not
if
like
you
doing
call
that
out for them?
thing where they're kind. Yes, just because I was thinking I was getting messed with or something. Last time it was just a matter of they were there, but they were kind of ignoring people and talking amongst themselves. They are gone. Completely.
Dead silent? Nothing? No one's home?
Yes. And that does not leave me with a comfortable feeling, because the last time that happened, well, even remotely in the same way, was shortly before the moon exploded.
Well, maybe they're thinking of a better way to explain what might be happening, or maybe they're just in a bad mood, or maybe they ate something.
I don't think that's how that works, Sonny, but
Hmm?
I mean, I'll take the optimistic route, I guess. Just, you know, after the most recent things, I'm not too confident in the, you know, simple, comforting answer being the, well, reality.
Hmm.
May I question? I don't mean to intrude over
Well,
much. How long
You're
before
close,
the
friend.
moon?
You're
let me try to remember. It was a longer period. Maybe about a month or so, if I remember correctly, they suddenly would start. It was almost like they were deliberately making it known that they had some big thing that they were excited about and muttering about. It was like, imagine a group of people across the room whispering to each other, looking over at you, and then just giggling and going back to talking. That's how it felt
Like
the
a
entire
surprise
time.
party.
Yeah.
Is it like
and
this now?
no, they're like, it just feels empty. Nothing. Like,
Hmm.
like I don't feel anything. I don't feel like there's like some sort of like they're all like hiding somewhere and there's like eyes on the back of my head or anything. They're just gone. And nothing has happened that would otherwise explain it other than something that is beyond our sight. And
I wonder if they're okay.
Rayleigh said the same thing, and I can only presume that means the same thing for Helma.
Should we
Oh,
check in with them
it is.
and ask for?
I asked Helma if it was the same for them, and they said yes.
Oh dear. What
I
about
have
Blake?
not. I have
Has
not
Blake
seen him
heard
around,
anything?
but I haven't seen him around, but I presume it's probably the same for him.
Well, if it's there far, yeah.
They've never been silent before, but they've been different before, is that?
They've been silent once, but it was a much more explainable reason, and it was Jordana's direct intervention, and that only lasted a day.
Got it.
Unless something has happened that I was not aware of in that regard, this is not the case this time.
Hello, Linnea.
Mm.
And I mean, if it was the others in that regard, it would make more sense, but last I checked, I don't think they would have any reason to.
You're right.
Anyone heard of any
Say nice
dreamers?
for me.
You are seeing something if you are.
Not that I've seen or heard today.
Hmm.
Granted, I have not exactly been going around asking anybody about dreams, but
I should put this back.
usually they're at least a little forthcoming with somebody.
Yeah.
Do you know if there's a captain's meeting today? We might find out there.
I don't know there to be one, but it doesn't mean there isn't. I'll check with Malik.
Unless they have one to try to figure out logistics
Was over
for
in the
when
office.
we land in Halsten. I don't know what they would really be able to
With
talk
the
about.
captains, or
Let's
just
talk.
living his life?
Living his life.
Okay.
Just letting you know where he is.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, I suppose you're all here
Yeah,
except
I'm guessing
two.
you weren't excited to hear about that.
We're all in sick, so you can count him out.
Okay. If there's no meeting, then I'll check in with the teams individually. See if anyone's heard anything.
Forgive the assumption. I wasn't sure how you'd feel being away from home this long.
Aliens' voices are quiet all of a sudden this morning.
It's going to be interesting.
Yes, Riley
seeing
told
how
me the
everybody's
same
going
thing.
to
Apparently,
be
it
judged of my father's eye.
means something's about going to happen.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Have you checked any of
Apparently,
them?
this is what's
It's not
happened
a
before.
good sign, is...
What am I going to do if I did?
If
There's
there's
not much else I can do. I can just look at them, see if they're worse or not.
just if there's any
It's
changes, I
kinda
mean.
really ratty.
I doubt it, given that it's all of them,
You
but
said that you've done your...
If there is a change, I can.
you're
It
the
doesn't
expert.
not
It's your
going to hurt anything.
decision. I just figured I would ask.
I don't mind if
I'll
I
go
can look
find Malik and or the other captains. This might be the
What
whole
does-
fucking day.
I can check Riley.
Any of
Everything
them
will
that you
get
might
done
have
on
looked
me
at, I
check.
suppose. It might be nothing. Let's hope.
Beautiful day for it.
Yeah. Hey.
It's done.
Oh. Cool.
It's done. It's done. The generator's done.
Yeah.
Good.
Now we just have to hope they accept it.
I wasn't going to tell
No,
them.
do that in front of other dogs, Miracle, okay?
Oh, you're just gonna... Okay, yeah, it's a good idea. We could just bring it in there? Yeah. If you think they like...
As soon as things go awry,
Okay. How
it's
much...
a heavy thing.
You know how much mana it'll
Yeah.
take to power...
Ah, could be full circle.
And for how long, too? I remember it takes a lot. It only was up for a couple minutes when we put our mana into it. You know,
You want to be
One of the...
honest?
I gotta go get my
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a working
Oh, is
generator
that
in the
these?
tech lab. I need your
Alright.
help, especially, but
One of the...
anyone strong enough to help lift the thing into a point of the city. We need to talk to Barrett about where that might be most applicable.
Yeah.
Or have you been to Halston?
Yeah.
Or you? And it would be under the circumstance of said Leviathan arriving, and then hopefully we can get it out, you know, before they have a
I've-
problem. I doubt they're going to accept our help until it's too late, if they
This-
even want to.
Same size as the ones we put up
The
previously.
best thing to do is probably.
Yeah.
I feel like the best option for us is to wait until something bad happens, and then in all that chaos, we can just pop in, save the day, be like,
I-
"Damn, that thing really works," and then they
Yeah, but like,
hopefully won't.
are we? If the Leviathan's there, are we really going to be able to move that entire big thing in that quickly
Yeah.
The...
and set it all
Hopefully.
up?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if they have the population for it.
No, we'd have to power it. Is the other issue?
No, it's
We can't
we'll
power
probably
it
leave it behind.
indefinitely.
It's just meant to help
No,
with their
but temporarily.
evacuation
Yeah, but I mean, it
of the area.
requires a population in the city of, what, a couple thousand in Norndell?
I thought that meant just to keep it running.
Yeah,
Powering it once.
but-
Would it be full circle?
What's your plan for it?
What do you remember?
To just start it, or...
Put it in the city, turn it on. Yeah.
Right, but the
Why
idea is
the
to
city
leave
more
it...
time if the
You want to
Leviathan's
keep
there?
it on consistently over time, yes? That's the plan?
Last time they did this, they
No, we can leave it behind. I don't care.
That's what
Just let them
someone
make a
has to
choice.
power it in the long term.
We're specifically
we-
talking about for
we
the
can leave
case
it
of the
behind.
Leviathan attacks, we can turn it
Yeah.
on temporarily,
I'm not just gonna
so
give
that
them
way
a generator.
people can escape.
Sorry. Oh, you... How... Sorry, you intend to evacuate people with it?
Hopefully,
Well,
I
they-
mean,
I think they
one
would be
idea.
responsible for the evacuation themselves.
just buy
We've
them
seen
some more
what the police can
time.
do. I feel like if they choose not to run, that's their decision.
How?
I don't want to square up against a
Carry it in.
No, I don't mean how... Draw a circle of sand
Now
around
what?
you. Surround it with
Gonna have
enemies.
sand on.
In your mind, then.
Okay.
Well,
Stand
we
in the middle of
haven't
the
been told
circle.
about we haven't been told that it'll be surrounded
Yeah,
by
take the
rifties. We're
sand.
told one big Leviathan.
Oh, wow.
Sure, there might be more, but that's not something that we're even talking about or thinking about.
You intend to hold off just the one Leviathan and hope people can, what, run from the other side
We're
of
not
it?
holding off anything.
like that.
We can't. That's suicide.
That's right.
And pointless, in my opinion.
Do it, try me.
So, I'm confused what the issue is with the. It's just something that we can use to give them so that they have a little bit more time before they get fucking eaten.
It's a sliver of hope.
Right, I'm just trying to
fully
figure out
conscious
what
that
the
there's a
longer...
huge chance it may not work.
Uh,
Long term, they shouldn't be there.
What?
Okay.
Long term, long term depends on if we can figure out how to kill the Leviathan. There's a lot of other factors in that,
Yeah.
right?
But it's... So
And we
it's...
only had 3 days, 1 day now.
We got a couple more days before we get there, but
2 days?
Yeah.
I-
Sure, a couple days.
I haven't looked at the map.
A couple days.
D-
Okay.
I don't know, we're
Happen.
a good chunk of the ways there. I don't know exactly. I've never traveled by air, but... So the idea being to give them some amount of time to effect an escape.
Yeah.
We could give them armor.
Perhaps I'm simply not seeing something, and that's fine. I needn't necessarily. I would be very cautious to ensure that we have the...
Do you think that we can give like arrows? Like, you think he'll be able to just throw them with armor?
I wasn't going to tell anybody in the city. I have a huge feeling in my gut that the father of Barrett is going to be a cunt
Yeah.
and outright reject us. So,
I think you should assume that you are going to have difficulty carrying a generator into the city, especially if there is a Leviathan
that's why
coming.
asking for help from the others, I was trying to spread the word about that. specifically.
Yeah. Is Malik on board?
Definitely something that we can figure out a plan for. That part.
All right.
Is he?
Wait, what was the question? Repeat it.
Yeah, Alex.
Malik on
I didn't
board
tell
with
him
the...
it's right.
No, not on the ship. He's on... He's...
I was gonna say.
He is-
Where else
On
would he
board with
be?
the plan.
I mean,
Uh,
you mentioned
no clue.
the shield generator was definitely brought up in the last meeting we had, or whenever I was there when we were talking about what to do.
yeah, I just...
Did he say anything?
A plan
But
to
I don't think
secretly
we have
insert it into the
discussed-
city. I just
Yeah, we
want to
haven't
make sure
discussed
that...
how we're actually enacting putting it in the city yet. Yeah, that
Got
still
it.
needs to be
Okay.
planned.
Okay. I just wanted to
I
figure...
can figure
make
out
sure I
the-
knew where we're at, I guess.
Yeah,
Whatever.
We should probably let him know
We have
that
it built, so
We are
next
planning it.
we just don't know anything after that.
I've got to seek him out about something anyway, so I can let him know if you want.
I understand, but I'm not
Yeah,
gonna do that,
I can
especially
tell
when
you.
we're...
I mean, you're welcome to. I
You
don't give a
get
shit,
back to
but...
me if he makes-
Yeah, if he says it's stupid nonsense or something, then I'll certainly let you know, but I can't imagine that he cares that much. Anyone had any dreams, by the way?
No, not recently.
No, not the kind
Don't
that
feel
you're
great,
referring to.
Yeah, the
Are you in
Dream
office preparing
dreams.
it with us?
What?
Yeah, bring it over.
Kind of regarding that.
You'll keep it
In about an hour, I'm hoping if everybody's available that we can go down to the mess and have a big meeting to go over everything going on and share information.
Okay, well,
Better not having it set up,
the-
then
in a... Do you want the entire initiative to be there, or
you can think of,
just people
and,
that are... Okay.
I will look for
Barry.
Barrett.
You got
You can tell
switch
me.
lanes.
on Laurie and
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, I don't want to tell them all myself, that's
probably
fine. if you're willing to.
Sorry, can we walk somewhere? I'm distracted by the voices.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, don't do that. You'll get an ego.
I was just gonna tell her that same thing.
What kind of like a plan for Halsten? A general piece of
No, more. It's so we can share information, largely regarding the Celestines. I know that people have had varying experiences with them, and I believe that not all of this information has been widely shared.
Did your captain share the Chancellor's
and
collection of information?
Sorry, could you repeat?
There was Malik wrote out the results of a number of reports that were given and disseminated that, a week ago now, something like that. Did you get that from your captain?
I don't. No. I did receive that. But I'm talking about. There are some people. And I am going to say this in confidence. Because this is something kind of personal for one of our fellow team members. But basically, Celine, I believe, has had a conflicting experience when it comes to the goddesses. So that led to a conflict with one of her teammates, and I fear that if we don't I fear that Celine, at the very least, may be pushed to or coerced to essentially sabotage us because of the experiences she has had from the other side. Now, because we don't all understand each other.
Yeah.
We were not well enough equipped to help each other. So if at the very least we can come to understandings, no information that just hasn't been disseminated yet, we can act on this more thoroughly.
I'm inclined to agree that broader discussion on the topic is merited, but I don't think it will be productive to bring the entire initiative together. We've barely managed to have a halfway coherent captain's meeting about it, and that's with 8 or 9 people present. So I'm wary of it in that sense, and I suspect that, to be candid, I suspect that any conversation which encourages Celine to share her perspective in front of everyone is going to worsen her condition, not improve it.
And the part of the reason why I want a majority of people in this meeting is because, especially that part of the conversation, could lead to physical altercations, and we do need to have enough neutral parties to keep them apart.
Get your take on something. Cynically, why should we protect Celine? If she has allegiances other than the straightforward ones, then she's working with our adversary in a way that has been prohibited.
The reason why is because we can still use her. I don't believe that that just because she is currently under their influence, that she is a lost cause. But what I believe is that she has insights on how they're operating, or who is trying to operate through her. However, if she believes that we are not willing to listen to her, she may be unwilling to share that information with us.
I think in candor, the initiative as a whole is not interested in what she has to say, in her perspective, in any perspective of the adversary.
And in candor, myself, I believe that disinterest is not beneficial. currently a lack of curiosity or understanding is hurting us as a whole.
Again, I'm not inclined to disagree with that statement, though. I come at this from someone who has been trying for a very long time now to offer the dissemination of this information and have been flatly turned down by almost everyone, including a group of captains who mostly expressed that they had no idea what was going on. I offered them clarification and, information, and none of them took me up on it. Solace was about ready to come to blows with the idea that one of the Ox Force had... Oh, hell. Okay. Word's getting spread about it. This is happening.
No. I believe I know what you are talking about. At the very least, I have already talked to Solus about the meeting and what will be discussed.
Okay.
So he knows what will be going into it. The biggest, most important thing to remember is to keep things neutral. So everyone can speak up. If our arguments or just rounding, circling conversations happen,
okay,
then we'll have to
we'll call it.
Basically, we'll have to I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
If people can't be civil and they're not one of the people that's in charge of others, we should send them out. They can voice their opinions privately later. Is Lafron around, or who's in charge of Ignis today?
Lafron's currently asleep, I believe.
Yeah.
A conversation still needs to happen with regards to lieutenantship. But I'm going around and I'll make sure that Ignis knows too.
My point being, we should posture with... Are you comfortable shouting people down if you need to? Or do you need someone else to do it? Both are fine.
Comfortable, no, but I could do it.
Would you rather someone else do it?
That's going to wholly depend on the situation, because I know in certain situations sometimes when if all that's needed is just a flat stop, I don't mind someone else doing it. But if it requires something more delicate, but in a loud voice, then I can do it.
If people need shouting down, I'll shout them down. And you can get them back on track.
Okay.
We'll see how it goes. Alright. Were I to be suggesting, without the fact that this is already being disseminated, I would that perhaps those of curious nature speak privately with Saline and perhaps the Chancellor, but I think we're past that point, so here we are.
Right.
Go get your people in order.
The biggest thing is just making everyone feel heard.
Yeah.
If there's like a wall in between, you can't hear them. Maybe it's like that. Maybe there's now a wall there.
You think someone's like
in the place where you're normally yelling into? Maybe, yeah. Maybe someone's blocking it. Someone's just like really big and tall. Yeah.
You know, maybe you're not wrong.
You say I'm blocking it?
Someone build a new wall on the ship.
Maybe Sukas. What's up?
Someone build a new wall on the ship.
His name is Caleb.
No, not yet.
Yeah, he just kind of walks
Talia, question. Do you pray regularly?
That's a complicated question. Define pray.
I guess.
It's just a lot of us are getting weird gut feelings, and there's a lot of us, and it's concerning now.
This morning?
Yeah.
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 To go over information.
I'm not religious, though. Have you asked people that don't pray?
Neither really. I mean, I just talk to Festus more like a friend.
That's religious enough. Ask someone who's not. Ask someone with no allegiance to any.
No, we haven't spoken at all.
Aye. I'll go find someone with no allegiance. Who has no who prays with no allegiance?
No, find people who don't pray, I mean.
Oh.
Yeah.
Ask a cat.
Okay.
Healer aware.
She mentions that.
I don't have any allegiance to a particular Celestine, but I have conversed with them.
I guess I don't count then.
That's fair.
Need
I've got favorites, so.
Need what?
Were you in alchemy this morning?
What are you talking about?
Healer.
Alright.
Why?
What happened?
Dude, that room
When
scares
he
me.
sees
I don't
stars,
I go in there and give it a different colored bottles and I freak out.
But we
What?
got ass beat.
What? What do you guys
You are?
The best, actually. I like that more than some of the other.
You hear about the big meeting in 45 minutes?
Keep that up.
You got it.
Alright.
Just waiting for this meeting that's probably going to suck, maybe.
It's gonna be a mess.
Everyone should be like, we should do this.
So
No, we
holy
should do
policy.
this.
I'm gonna believe that it's gonna be smooth and cordial.
To be honest, Sherry, we haven't had a captain's meeting on this topic with 8 people who are supposed to have level heads and be responsible and not have it be a disaster. It's not particularly well conceived,
I'm gonna believe it's gonna
unfortunately.
be good.
Alright. I appreciate the optimism.
I'm just gonna believe it's gonna be good. Yeah. Optimism is my middle name.
Fair enough.
Shuri,
Exactly.
Fox.
What does that mean?
Yeah, Fox is my last name.
It's when you
What are we
picture something in
manifesting?
your mind and you try to bridge it into reality.
I still have some business with you.
This is a
So you
magic
try to,
thing?
like, open a door. No.
Okay.
Positive thing.
Oh wait, I should yell at them.
I think it's more of like a superstition positive thing. Yeah.
Got it.
Positive affirmations. I'm just gonna believe things are gonna be good eventually.
Solus wants to talk to you about religious stuff. Have you been praying and feel like you're a little weird on your insides?
Maybe we put in
I wouldn't have described it like this, but yes, it seems that it's
He described it as lonesome.
semi-common.
like plant.
Lonesome.
Not no student was plant.
We don't yet have any examples of anyone who doesn't feel this way, to my knowledge.
Yeah, that's why I think Mr. Solus is running.
Yeah,
around.
that's... yeah. Alright.
Just
We
making
also
sure.
become students. We become.
Second thing,
We go in pot.
All hands
really.
meeting
That's not...
in
okay.
the mess.
25 minutes?
45.
45. Top of the hour.
45?
Strong like student.
I don't know. Philly, you said get people around. I'm getting people around. Philly is calling it, so you know it's worth time.
The topic is broadly all of the everything with the Celestines and the nonsense.
Okay, it's gonna be a while then.
Yeah.
That'd be a good idea to get that out there. Sure.
Well, we tried to give out the notes and that didn't work, so we'll see.
Yeah. Good luck trying to convince everybody to
Now
read.
we bury ourselves.
So either there's more issues going on with the gods and Celestines, or, well, someone in particular is playing a trick on us.
Before we make assumptions, let's try to find someone that doesn't feel this way.
That's what Solus is doing currently.
Yeah. Jacqueline, you heard about the meeting yet?
I have not.
There's a dubiously conceived plan for an all-hands discussion about the Celestines and all such related concepts in the mess hall in about 45 minutes.
I see.
Alright. Let's get the pull down. Is that an animal? Okay. Not my place.
Alright. Gonna find the rest of us.
Okay. All right.
Seems to
that's
be
great
pretty
news.
universal amongst the ship.
That's what I. Yeah. No, that's what I was thinking. Talia, I talked to someone that isn't aligned. Talked to Kaket, who prays to like family stuff, and they're feeling fine. So it's definitely just Celestines, and yeah, it's okay. It seems like it's all of them.
Have you checked with any of the seers to see if there's any
something
like
planned, but you have
weird
plenty of
spirit
time to
stuff
do stuff
happening?
before that
or-
plan, but you're like
I can talk to Lorian more about
paralyzed
it.
by that,
They
like,
were the
deadline,
first
so
to
you don't
bring it
wanna
up,
do anything.
so I can see if
Yeah,
they
that's
can.
pretty common.
Then I
heal
guess
into
Yeah,
anything, but-
I like we have a meeting, but I'm like I don't want to leave.
my first thought was like maybe the spirit
You got your
realms
sip,
entirely were cut off
But then you're
from
like,
the
what if I start doing
Primus,
a thing,
but
and that thing
if
runs over,
the
and I
seers
know you
haven't
missed that
started freaking out, then I imagine
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
probably-
Luckily, it's all hands. I don't know what
so
to do.
everybody should
Yeah.
start
Funneling, even if you.
Well, if they have spirits that are on this side, they'd be trapped too, right? Because they're physically here, no?
Something dumb, but well, if it works, it's good.
Yeah, but I meant more like
With
are
all the
seers still able
kindness
to
in
see
my
into the
heart,
spirit
it's
realm kind of thing?
Is that okay? I guess I don't know enough about seers.
I'm trying to figure out where the cutoff point for the whole Celestian thing is.
If it doesn't,
Yeah, I mean, Murta
It's higher
suggested
up the
maybe it's
chain
just
of
like a
events.
wall in the way,
I don't know if
like
that'll
something
happen,
is sort of
but
like
it'll never
blocking
cast
us.
again at
But
the
I don't
very
know how
least.
like that would work. But maybe.
Oh no, that was the.
I mean,
the
Yeah,
wills.
we're also going to wait until Halstein to see if it is a kind of focused attack on us, or whether it's more
I
universal.
actually found out that my what's the main
Fair
one?
enough.
Like the first one that most people open.
World well.
Yeah, I found out that
Like
the
Earth
first
or
actually
World or
opened
something?
for me.
Sorry
Alright,
for plugging into that. Just yeah.
I'm
I'll-
told it's
I
not
guess.
No, it's fine.
for it to
Go to the
open.
meeting.
Chancellor, you've heard about the.
Riley? I'm not even- Sorry?
It's just.
You've heard about the meeting?
Haven't actually.
Oh,
I'm not.
Yes.
Riley's
Okay.
down in
It
the
is,
the
but-
mid-bay with
explosion
Helma.
Alright.
That's actually who I went
Is
looking
there
for, amongst
a,
others.
a bell or something to ring
at the end of the day, I just
alert the whole
wanna either
ship
have it for my
at the
own
meeting?
self or
Yeah, I can do the hit the button that's like everybody get on the ship kind of thing. I'll just do
In
that.
the kitchen, you say.
Okay.
I'm sure that will inspire exactly zero panic, even with 45 minutes to tell everyone.
even if it's like other parts of
Be
magic,
real.
I just can find something to use it for.
As is our voices. It is also. It has affected those with voices as well. We did not hear them.
I don't know what that could mean.
Starting to have a bit of a stink to him.
Sorry. That's it, basically. Just about the meeting and all that. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You could move to one of the rooms and seal the vents. You'd probably get cold enough in there.
Perhaps. Box him up and put him on deck somewhere where it's really cold.
Are you speaking of the body of Scorn?
Yes.
Perhaps in more respectful words than box him up, but you'd know more about it than me.
Well, all we have now is crates. So, unless you're hiding a coffin somewhere, I don't want to just keep him wrapped up and throw him on the deck. But the body's getting rank. It's been 4 days, and it's relatively warm in here.
As long as it's the best that we can do.
What about the entry ramp? Those aren't ventilated, are they? I mean, we'd never use that one anyways.
No, that's true. Yeah, we could do that.
Secure enough as well, I suppose. I don't know what the long-term plan is, to be honest, but
I imagine it's just going to be a burial.
That is something I need to, discuss with you actually about that. So.
right. I have heard from people that you've been looking to talk to me today.
Yes. If it is possible, if you're available now.
That I am.
Okay. I'll try
You
and find
two.
out first then. as
You
he
two heard about the
is
meeting
being
yet?
meeting.
Okay.
Yes, we've heard about the meeting. It's happening in an hour in the mess hall.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a really loud alarm to signal it too, which will be fun.
I see.
That'll be in my office waiting.
I see. Thank you. I'm not excited to sit through that.
No, it's going to be a fucking disaster.
Can't wait to be told that my own god is dead for about 15 times.
It's my plan to shut down the inane circles and nonsense as best I'm able.
I wish you luck in that.
Well,
you'll more than likely find me sitting in the corner, waiting for my turn to speak.
Anyone that can't keep a civil tongue gets kicked out as far as I'm concerned. It's not going to be productive otherwise.
I expect to be removed then. Should certain people pipe in with certain directives.
Can I ask what you mean?
I find it hard to hold my temper when Saline mentions how well Erina has treated her. And as it is a nature of all gods being spoken of, I expect her to be called up at least at some point.
To be honest, yeah. I believe that starting with the ground rules of establishing what our current orders are and what our understanding is as an initiative as a whole is probably worth doing. It's largely Felia's meeting, but we'll see.
Of course. I expect to be called up at least once or twice. Given my condition and my relationship to certain beings. Just not one for the spotlight, I suppose.
If it's not your will to speak, you needn't do so.
I was the person who heard Scorn's last words. I won't go up on my own, but should I be called, I will stand up from my seat. But we'll see what happens.
Do those words carry any weight for the rest of us?
Not the words exactly, but the intent behind them. Long and short of it being that Scorn was praying to someone else, and a Celestine praying to another is unheard of, at least in my experience. And that prayer was being unheard.
Can I ask who?
I would like to ask him the same question myself. By pure insolence, I dare say, Judona. But that is merely a guess based off of almost nothing. The almost being that Ordo and Erina do not have the best relationship as of current. And nothing more past that. Or at least Scorn and Erina didn't.
You've heard, I assume, that our understanding more broadly is that Ordo is with Erina in some form.
That is what I have heard. And I know that Scorn was, at the end of it, the only one who was against Erina. should being for her was even a possibility.
Wait, what did you follow? What?
They told follow. You not want us to know. You make wise. You make us wise.
And an occultic spear I saw pierce my chest and then his. So, I can only take a guess.
Where did students come from?
Yeah. I...
In addition to Shoth mocking me at the sight of Scorn's body. So...
Shoth is a proper bastard.
To that I can do nothing but agree.
Do you wish to know?
From mommy cat, mommy cat need daddy cat. No, how daddy cat works. What makes daddy cat? We adopted. From dog. Yeah? Remember? Fucked up mom. Yeah. No, mom was not cat. Mom was dog. You dog?
Wait, your mom was...
I assume you've also heard of the silence that many have felt today.
And experienced it, yes. In addition to prayers being unheard with an inexplicable absence, so have our voices. Me, Riley, and Saline, allegedly.
Allegedly is an interesting choice for it.
I have not spoken to Saline since...
Saline spoke of the same experience.
Then I can do nothing but believe her. No.
There is...
I only use the word allegedly
Mm.
because I'm not speaking to her. I would like to think that she has the foresight and the understanding that it would be against all of us to withhold such information.
Yes. So one might hope.
And we can only do that much.
It also seems a rather peculiar lie to tell as well. I can't come up with any compelling reason that it would be of advantage to lie about it.
And it would be hard to know to lie about it either.
Hmm.
But still, nonetheless.
It might all be the adversary's doing. This silence.
That is of my belief as well. As it was a sort of understanding, to me at least, that Scorn would not hear my prayers. And I was of the belief that it was either Erina or Shoth's doing. But something of this scale is something I find hard to believe.
Erina had knowledge of my attempts to contact Judana, and of my failure in doing so. Mine specifically. I think it
Perhaps
unlikely
that's
a
why
coincidence.
I have of the similar thought.
Can I ask how Rowan has fared with all of this? I've spoken to the man, but for almost nothing these last few weeks. And your team is not unburdened by strife.
that we are not. Rowan has been doing his best. At some point, I would consider it a secret, but I'm not too privy to not telling. He was considering dropping his captain role. That was about a week or two ago, but still.
What, in favor of Barrett?
In favor of Barrett.
Gods, if that wouldn't introduce some complexities.
That's certainly a way of putting it. But he, after Lumen in its entirety, barred from me and Barrett, motioned against it, when me and Barrett merely stayed in silence, he went against his ruling and is currently still captain, as you can tell.
Hmm.
But he's I'd put it at a loss to what to do. He stayed with me when Scorn first passed away. I haven't really seen much of him since.
Do you begrudge the isolation? I've gone back and forth as to whether or not to extend it to you.
I appreciate being by myself. I was alone for quite a long time, so I'm used to it, but talking with others seems to help. I don't do well with crowds, so just not really used to it.
You're from a city, I thought.
Greenhaven, yes. And for a time, I was more fond of crowds, and I was wary on my lonesome. But once the Shades took over, it became like any other Drozen city, barred from being the selective worst of the worst. In Greenhaven, children with divine magic, or magic in general, were at risk of being kidnapped and sold off as healers and the like. So my grandmother kept me hidden. Other than her, I didn't exactly speak to too many people. For quite a long time. For that, I am grateful.
Was she a mage?
One of the strongest I've known.
And her power a secret,
She taught
or?
me anything but. When she ventured out after the Shades took over, there was an air of respect and fear from her. She was one of the ones fighting during the One-Day War, and she was one of the few people who made it out, and supposedly made her mark with it.
The One-Day War, is that your fall?
That would be the most apt way of describing it, yes. It was any normal day, and then, in the span of a day, the entirety of Greenhaven fell. What I would give to know what they did, how they did it. But alas, I was hiding underneath a bed for my mother's or grandmother's orders. And I could do all but hear.
Not about the day itself. The day itself is when you've already won. Many of the people here are used to their armies and walls and siege towers and the like, and it's not how you win a fort. It's not how you win a battle, not if you're clever, not if you're good at things. There's no point in a direct assault if you needn't one.
Are you implying there's someone on the inside?
Probably a great many of them. A great many compared to one, at least. I think I probably could have gotten the gates to Norendel open with maybe a dozen. 2 or 3 for a proper effort.
I see.
You send in people of little consequence. Small-framed humans who you can stab in the leg and seem vulnerable. They stay for a time. They get what information they need and share it back to the rest of the group. Make friends and allies within, if you can, but it's not often that you can, so usually you just exist in feigned normalcy and a few drinks spiked, a few necks slit, and, well, walls and gates do wonderfully well at keeping people on the outside where you need them.
Hi,
But it's
sorry,
easy
just
not to
wanted to
lure them.
ask, do you know where Luca is?
No, he was talking with Vesper some time ago, maybe in the library, but I think that they came down from there. No, they went, try some of the upper bedrooms, perhaps.
I will, thank you.
Yeah. Everything alright?
Yeah, no, everything's good.
Alright.
The meeting should be happening soonish, I believe, so... Just getting my ducks in order.
I would like to hope and think that there was no one in Greenhaven like that. But that is nothing but wishful thinking. Perhaps. I don't know.
I know nothing of how the Shades operate.
Sorry, don't interrupt then.
You're fine, Sonny.
It's alright.
Just checking on you. We doing okay? Do you need anything?
I'm fine, and I'm doing as well as I can be.
Okay, well if you need anything, let me know, alright? I'm here for you.
I'll let you know if something comes up.
Alright, sorry to interrupt.
No problem at all.
Are you alright, Sonny? Are you alright?
As alright as it can be. Have you seen Yuki? I heard that their egg might have hatched. I want to go see the baby.
Truly? I have no idea. I haven't seen her.
Felix told me. Oh. Well, I'm gonna go find out myself because I want to see a baby.
You should. The Luminaria, it's like nothing else in the world. Go. See for yourself.
Okay.
As much as I appreciate the company, I'd hate for you to miss out on something like that, if that's something you're interested in.
I should check in on a few things before this meeting in any case. I've not your treatment yet today, so I'm sure we'll talk later.
I am assured of that, at the very least.
We've worked so hard, Lumen. Trying our best to making sure the differences don't matter. Trying our best to move. The one time I decided to take a rest is of my own problems, and everything blew up. Should have been there. I just should have been.
No, now you can go talk about.
This is not the place to talk.
It's sunny outside. If you were knocked at.
I see.
I see the rumors are true.
You want to hold it? His name is Shimmer.
Shimmer. Hello, little one.
Sunny is wondering if he can come in.
Sure.
You are a magnificent creature.
Oh, it's so tiny. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, they weren't kidding. They did have really pretty feathers. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it does. Its name is Shimmer.
Shimmer. Oh, that's so pretty. You have a beautiful
Chose
name,
its own
Shimmer.
name,
Oh, really?
technically.
Wait.
Technically.
So half the
Did
credit
it like
goes to
react
Lenny.
to her? Oh.
Oh, we had Moon and Sky but it chose Shimmer.
Oh, hello, Shimmer. Welcome. Oh, it's so tiny.
You can hold it if you're careful.
Okay. Well, it is a bird. Hello, Shimmer. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And the Jacqueline, though. Hi, my name's Sunny. It's so nice to meet you finally.
Miracle of
Your
life.
parents
That's what
have
you
been
meant
so
by the
excited to
miracle of
meet you.
life. I see what you mean. Yes. It's very cute.
Careful with your words.
Little baby.
What?
It's so
Miracle
nice
of
to
life. You
meet
think something happened?
You're absolutely beautiful.
Elenia's words, not mine.
What a bird. What
What's
do
the
you eat? Actually, regular normal birds eat worms?
Yeah, I think it eats worms and berries and nuts and all that.
I'll be on digging duty. I don't mind digging.
I don't think they're carnivorous, but I've never known one long enough.
I've never seen
I
one.
don't think so.
Very few have. They're quite rare.
Seen like glimpses of it in Rosa, but I haven't seen them up close.
Oh, sweet little thing. Your plumage is perfect. Look at
I'll
you.
leave you to your enjoyment. I assume you've heard about the meeting, Yuki.
Yeah, it was alarm going to happen, and then
You want to be there?
and
And if you don't, that's fine.
I'm probably gonna stay with the bird.
How big do they usually get?
Like maybe like that.
But
They can get to be quite
no
large,
offense,
yeah.
but like around the size of a turkey, or like an eagle, or like.
I've seen them this size, but I don't know how big they can actually get.
I have no idea.
I never even knew these were a thing until you showed the egg. You're so pretty. Oh, here, go back to your mama. Here.
I'm not. It's mother. Well,
You took care of it.
Adoptive,
And you brought it
perhaps.
to existence.
Right.
Welcome to the world, Shimmer. It's so nice to have you.
Couple of quick conversations before this thing.
Oh, I can head out.
Do you need
if it's private?
No, I am departing in order to do so. Until later,
Okay.
Shimmer. Be well. And all of you. Are you waiting on someone in particular?
Oh, Annie, I'm fine to wait. She's enjoying herself.
Hmm.
We all need some happiness during this time.
If you have a chance to listen to it sing, you should take it. But don't try to urge it.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Talia.
If you try to make it, you'll ruin it.
Nice. I think my wells are acting up.
But yes,
What?
out of body well has settled.
No. I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Miss Skyette was yelling at them at the time. One of my first days here, your team was getting yelled at for poisoning someone. That's the only thing I heard from it.
No joking about it. It was an entire thing.
I don't know.
day.
Skyette
too
was
much
also
going on.
testy.
Skyette, there was a glib remark from one of my teammates to another that giving Emma a potion would put her to rest. She was suffering insomnia at the time. Skyette misreported that comment to a number of people, including us, and it grew rather out of proportion. A couple of us were rather
That's good
cross
to note.
with the team member in question. But it wasn't really poisoning. Not in the sense of it being a toxic substance. Just a rest potion.
Not in a malicious intent. More of a
Yeah.
medical, you need to sleep before you physically collapse and lose your mind.
She would leave the dorms for most of the hours of the night and go running laps miles each night.
Is that why she was up even before me?
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense.
You ever see what was drawn on the wall?
No.
I did, yes.
Yeah. There was a horrific figure, a rift beast of sorts, that haunted her in her dreams. I don't know what the resolution to it was. She left our team before it happened, and I didn't feel welcome to ask, but I think at least she got help before the
As
end.
far as I remember in regards to the Rift Beast, there wasn't really a resolution. Just the nightmares kind of stopped at some point. No, I think it was related to other issues that had to get sorted.
Yeah.
Well, the side effect turned into an issue, I think.
Fables. Something
Yeah.
my father used to read to me whenever I was younger.
I can only hope she's doing better now.
Especially like the one about the hero.
Sorry for intruding.
my qualm notes.
No,
You're
it's
fine.
okay. You heard your
Good
team
grab some
name.
stuff for a meeting anyway. Passing it.
I also didn't know that
Maybe
part.
I should have nothing to do with it.
Ta-da!
The only version of the report that I officially ever got was the version Skyet gave.
Yeah, I remember walking up and it was bad.
Okay. Correction, little ones. Sorry, was I interrupting a lesson?
No, I didn't even know that they were there.
Not Druduna, but Faye. Don't want to meet him, trust me.
So,
It was
we
a
not
mistake.
happy little mistakes then?
Oh
Happy
god, they're
little
still going on
accident.
about that?
You
What?
a gift? Supposedly.
Like, they've been like this all day. They're asking about like
Oh,
parents and like if they were a mistake or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
They've been like weird all morning.
I mean, they're not the words I'd use. Hey guys, I have to
They're
get
like
notes.
obsessed with trying to like select people as parents and like figure out who like.
No, we know who mom
hey!
is. They said
Okay.
mistake, and then they said little happy accident, and then they said adopted in Rosewood, and now mom Malik.
Oh, okay. Oh man, yeah, that's great. Don't tell Malik that, okay?
Fair enough.
Never tell.
Sir Malik, Lord of Despair. Mom likes not name mom, so we call Sir
Yes.
Lord of Despair and Misery.
What?
Well, good luck with that one, little ones.
Hang on. And then they added that bit on. So we get hang on. We get cool titles. I want cool titles.
Well, there is a chance they could.
I can't blame her for taking the deal, I'm gonna be honest. Would I have taken the deal? Fuck no. But how the way history has treated her, I can't blame her that sometimes that might be, at least in her eyes, the only option that she has. As I said, Riley, that child has been falling off the mountain so many times at this point. All I can do is make sure that she at least has a comfortable bed in to sleep, and she doesn't cry herself to sleep. That is all I can do at this point. There's been so much damage done already. I'm just trying to figure out a way to at least halfway take out all of the fucking damage that people have done. And I know it could be a lot easier just to give up, just to be saying, oh, fuck it. I don't care anymore. I hope you understand that I'm not. Yeah, of course not. Because I'm not an idiot. I see that she is capable and she's smarter than she looks. If a rat is in a cage and constantly runs around in circles and that's the only thing you see, shit, you'll eat your own brothers for the sake of survival.
Yeah. I know. I will do what I can, but I can't promise anything, especially with everything that's going on, so... Hi, Talia.
I don't mean to intrude over much. Barrett, are you going to be okay for this?
For what specifically? The meeting about the Celestines?
Yeah.
I will be.
It's my hope to remove people that can't keep their shit together, to try to keep things somewhat on a track. But we'll see. I assume you're...
I'm gonna be very blunt with you, Talia, and I say this with all due respect. If you see Vesper even open his mouth once during this entire meeting, and starts chopping off rhetoric or any of the likes that he's doing, I don't care if he's on my team. I'm probably going to call for a medic because I'm going to break that goat's jaw. Is that clear?
Your lieutenant, your business. Try not to hurt him too badly, we can't fix it.
Somewhere that's not as loud or something? I don't know.
If it's on the ship, then I doubt it.
Yeah, exactly.
This ship is all metal. It rattles. It rings.
Yeah.
I mean, what about
There
a
is no
workplace, though?
safe. Metal floors.
Honestly, the
It's
best
not all
place to
metal
be would
floors.
probably be top deck, but I'm
Go-
pretty sure they have sirens up there nonetheless.
There's
so-
sirens on the top
Go
deck.
underneath.
Yeah, there's
underneath the
literally nowhere.
mattress.
What are you looking for?
Well,
A
not
quiet
top deck,
place?
But, you know, if I remember correctly, that's...
I'm just gonna cover my ears.
Yeah.
Oh, for
that's
the-
all we can do. You can't escape it.
The alarm.
Yeah.
Just cover your ears.
Yeah.
Get some gauze and put them in.
Yeah,
Might
big
help.
ears.
Thank you for noticing.
What's
Do
wrong
your
with
hands
my
cover
ears?
them? I'm just wondering. He says he's gonna cover
No.
his ears. Do his hands cover his ears?
No.
That's fine.
Yeah. You cover 75%.
Oh,
of
hey.
yours.
Did you talk to Malik?
You're right, I do.
Did I talk to Malik? Not about that. This other stuff has derailed me somewhat. Apologies.
I'm good.
No problem. Well, it's a problem for as much of a problem as Barrett.
I think after
Your graph
I'm
rough
gonna
sizes
sit
and
on the
dimensions.
floor in case I do
If
faint.
it doesn't make sense to you, let me know. But same as the generator as before.
Just don't go underneath
Look
the
out,
table
look.
again.
the floor's dirty.
No, I'm not. That's okay.
Wonderful.
You
What's this
need
meeting about
more
anyway?
and more strong men to lift this thing. I was taking a look at it again. I
We'll
don't
find
think
out.
Caleb
It's
and
about
you
getting us
and
all on the same
Yeah, I
page.
was
Ron
gonna say,
are all
it's
gonna
really,
cut it.
it's really big.
Careful.
And we might need to use more
It's
people
either that
here.
or we take it in pieces and assemble it when we get there.
There's no possible way of doing that. That's not gonna happen.
Oh, but,
I'm gonna stretch really quick
Yeah.
when I get the chance.
Yeah.
I guess,
Is there-
well,
should I
let's see how much time we have.
That's a good idea.
Or just saying,
Barrett
get everyone,
floated
get
the
all
idea to me that
together.
maybe his dad
I
would
think, well, Philia
allow
did
it
say
there
get
anyway,
all
but
the
I don't know
auxiliary
who's gonna
forces
tell
together,
anybody.
so
So.
that's it.
Hello.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Hi.
Oh, it is that same
Hello.
meeting. Okay.
Yeah. The alarm hasn't gone off, right?
No.
Okay.
If you wanted to, I'm sure we can go get it done. It's possible Malik's been distracted somewhere.
Oh.
There it is.
Get on board quick.
Speak of them and they shall come.
That does reverberate through your bones,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
I told
Little
you.
bit.
A bit.
Right?
Not that
It's like a
bad.
siren.
That's a weird, yeah, that was a weird feeling. I thought it'd be like high pitched and loud.
I'm going to be different. I'm going to go to this table.
That's your soul.
Very creepy.
Your soul shaking in your leg.
Yeah, that was not bad.
There's gonna be a lot of people in here. Fill in whatever seats you can.
Yeah, make sure you get a seat before anyone else does.
Do I have any?
You tell him.
Someone else wants to say it, I can give it on.
Oh, yeah, we're probably not going to be able to, like, just us, so we'll have to figure out something else. That's all.
So who's leading this?
I guess I mean I'm the one that basically called everyone. So okay.
All right. I would admit I would have been slightly upset if you called this meeting and I had to lead it.
Okay. So real quick, I would like a show of hands. Who has interacted with an orb of some kind?
Easier probably to ask who hasn't.
I mean, technically. Yeah.
Okay. And how many people have had dreams from a Celestine or a supernatural entity?
and of those who have had those dreams, who all has been forced to do something outside their will, either as they were asleep or waking.
You mean in the physical world, or in the dream we exerted no influence?
In the physical world.
Things like what happened in
This
Norndale to people showing up elsewhere.
I
This
knew what
includes
was meant,
the
but I figured I would
instances of sleepwalking.
clarify. Yeah.
Okay. For those who have had dreams, but were on the list, I believe I believe Lorium is someone who has had a dream from Dredona. I believe.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you share the contents of this dream with us?
I had two, simply. One of them was simply a conversation asking how I could assist with Lady Gaia, and others, I don't recall if there was anything new information-wise that would not be on the board, the message that was delivered a few days ago. The other one was with another student who I don't know if they wish to stay aware or stay silent on it, and it was similar once more. Just confirming more about what we've been hearing from both sides.
Okay. And if I recall, you did mention something to us about rifts and shallowings.
That was a theory that I had before I spoke to Lady Dredona more. I thought that it could have been the corruption of them instead of shallowings to the abyss that they actually are.
Okay. Does anybody else have any information that was not disseminated through the captain's meeting?
The only one that I have is whenever I prayed to Gaia, a green orb appeared. Briefly, it quickly went away afterwards, but it happened nonetheless. I don't wish to discount it.
Okay. So, to my knowledge, these orbs going around are either Celestines or they are souls, essentially, that have been detached from their physical bodies. They have been known to, as all of you know, of course, but just to recap, they have been known to force people to do things that they otherwise wouldn't have considered themselves doing. They will reach out to people, and on several occasions, I believe people have heard gods or other Celestines whispering in their heads.
Yes.
I only recently experienced this myself. After avoiding any and all orbs I come across, one has spoken to me. For those who are uncomfortable with Celestines speaking in their heads, I have found that at the very least, if you ignore them pretty blatantly, or just flip them off, they tend to leave you alone.
I do want to touch on one thing you said earlier.
Yeah.
What is this about disembodied souls?
Reason why I say that is I have received some information. One of our fellow initiative members experiences. They have been in touch with the abyssal entities for years now, and in a relatively recent dream encounter with Shoth, they were exposed to several previously mortal souls that had passed through a rift and taken the form of
it
the
if you'd like, seeing as it's my experience.
if you're comfortable.
If it's out on the table, might as well. Specifically, what she means by that, we've seen multiple times where there have been more than one purple orb in the vicinity. Sometimes dozens, especially on the night that the moon exploded. Those are not all Shoth, those are not all Erna. From what has been shown to me, those are the souls of people that have ended up falling into the rifts for one way or another and changing into this form. And they appear to maintain their memories of their lives. They maintain a sense of consciousness, of will. And the part that is up for interpretation, I'm not going to make one believe one way or the other. They seem to be happy about this. The one in particular giving very detailed accounts of the experience they had with regarding those of you who were here when the events around Kenvale occurred, as that was when they supposedly fell in. But not before meeting all of you. As far as I can tell, with the information that I've learned about this mission in the past, it is factual things that did happen. And it's not pulling from my own memories, as I have not been there before. I was not a part of this initiative at the time.
Was this our first visit to Canvale, or the latter?
The first one, when the rift first appeared.
I see. Met a great many people then.
But there's always been that mystery of what happens if someone were to theoretically pass into a rift. This is likely the answer. They become a soul over there that is maintained and kept intact by the Abyss's keepers. That's all.
That's strange.
Very.
From what Celine has told me about her experiences, it seems that Shoth especially has been trying to essentially bond with Celine. Not in a mystical or magical sense, but emotionally.
Ilya?
Sorry if this gets uncomfortable. But
it's not like it's no
essentially, but by showing someone visions of what they would like to see that people would eventually get a happy end with them.
Ilya?
It's
yes.
I
Before we get too far down this
my
path,
whole thing. Yeah.
Does everyone here know what or who Shoth is? Does anyone not? Please raise your hand. Okay. Shoth is an entity aligned with the Abyss. Shoth is one of the more frequent that appear in the visage of the Purple Orb. He, or it, or whatever, has appeared physically aboard this vessel on at least multiple occasions. As well as visiting a number of the initiative members in dreams and visions and the like. Shoth is independent of Irena, but seems clearly aligned with the Abyss. Any immediate questions on that?
Has it been confirmed that he's in league with Jordina, or is he considered her son of sorts?
With Irena,
Irena, yeah. Sorry.
Shoth refers
creation of her.
Shoth refers to Irena as Patel, or mother.
The way Shoth referred to it was that they came into existence after whatever initial conflict between Irena and Jorduna was, that whatever injury, or I guess the specifics of it, I don't know how much is known about it between people, but that, quote, they are the direct response to Irena's suffering, and that they were born of that.
The fight in question, an indeterminate amount of time ago. To my knowledge, we have no particularly specific time frame, but on the order at least of decades. There was a violent confrontation between Jordana and Irena over the nature of reality and of Astria. In this fight, they both seem to have been injured. And as a result of the consequence of it, we have, it seems, the rifts and all that has come from this war.
Okay.
It's more speculation, but from the way that some of them talk about it, it's definitely been more than a few decades. If I were to guess, other conflicts in the past, such as the Shadow Lords and the Hero of Light, probably to do with the Celestial War. But it is speculation.
There was a fight, and this current conflict, legends and things from very long ago. Thousands of years, I think? Something on that order.
Yeah, it's been well over 1,000 years.
Whether it has any particular bearing on this particular conflict is, well, the facts of any such thing are going to be impossible to determine, so it matters relatively little, I think, compared to most modern events, which are significantly different than, well, the world ended 10 years ago. Now things are a bit different. God's 11. Any questions on the fight, on the nature of things so far? A lot of this is summary information rather than every detail that we might know, but a lot of what we know is also speculation. Okay. Sorry, Philia.
No, it's good. The biggest, I mean, the reason why I wanted this meeting is because recently there was an argument, and it was asked who here is on the same side, who here truly has the same goal, and I firmly believe that regardless of the intentions or the reasons why we do what we are doing, it doesn't matter. So long as we are all trying to accomplish the same thing in the end. Not everyone sees things the same way. My personal belief is that when interacting with any of these Celestines, you need to take everything with a grain of salt, because of course you're only going to get their perspective. For a good number of people, their gods are their everything. There are people on every side, but so long as we're working towards this, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page, that we all understand that we're working together, and that we just communicate. There are a lot of things that tend to fall through the cracks, and dismissing what other people have to say because you don't trust them is detrimental to everything we're doing. There is a lot we have to learn from each other, and yeah. So if there's anything that anybody thinks, anybody would like to share, or ideas, experiences, thoughts, feelings, now especially is the time while we're not currently fighting something.
I had a question about the silver orb. If anyone has had any experiences with it.
Anybody have experiences with the silver orb?
To my knowledge, at least, Asteri, none but your own experience that several of us were present for.
Alright. I'm still trying to get down to the bottom of what it was, but I heard a whisper that same day that you followed me down to Luna's body. I heard a thank you at the end. I don't know what it meant, but a silver orb seemed sluggish and slow appeared in my bunker in that morning. My bunks, not bunker. And it led me to Luna's body. And it's not the first time I saw that orb. Celine was actually with me for the first time. It appeared in a hallway, slowly moving towards us, and took interest in my sash of Stella. From there on out, I thought it was a connection to Qualm, but I've yet to receive another answer, nor anything relating to it after that experience when leading it to Luna's body. So I implore, if anyone has an experience with this orb, if I could know.
No, not me.
It seems to have been a unique scenario.
I don't know why me.
A few have
I don't know why any of us.
There's a lot of Celestine attention on us, Steri. You're also covered in Quam gear from head to toe. It makes sense that perhaps he took an interest in one of his fervent followers, given that everyone else has. And we do know that other Celestines can manifest their own orbs, like the green one with Gaia. So it's not out of the realm of the question that it was indeed Quam.
Do we know if the orbs can change their form on their own? We know they can switch colors to communicate with us, but have they ever played tricks on us?
Yes.
Pretending to be something
unequivocally. On at least one occasion.
Shoth and Rena come to mind.
Yes. On at least a couple of occasions, I think. But on at least one occasion, we had been interacting with the entity we believed to be... Well, an entity we believed to be the Golden Orb for the better part of an hour while we were in Beston Bay. It was not. we have encountered direct changes between purple and gold in the past, and they've been able to be inspired by the application and provision of mana. Whether this is that they were always one or the other is sort of unknowable. For example, there was a conversation with the Purple Orb in Norundel that, I don't know, there were 8 of us present for, but I can recall that in a number of cases, the Purple Orb, when given divine energy, has switched to gold, and that gold has become purple around occultists in some cases, but not always.
They're affected by magic and by emotions and prayer. And most probably just by their own volition. So.
There is one known specific example. At least one of the orbs out there that is in the company of Shoth. That is deliberately and knowingly by them as one that can intentionally change its form of presentation and is known to Shoth. It was offered to me once as a present. I never used it. But
a present.
They know about it. And probably condone it.
What do you mean by present?
He considers me a friend. And he wanted to help me. I did not feel comfortable with such... I did not feel comfortable lying about something that big to people. Or in general.
That is probably wise.
There are...
But honestly, given the circumstances of today, it's probably the only reason why I can even talk about it. Because I feel normal for once.
Shoth has attempted to gain favor with, gain support from, make friends with a number of people aboard the ship and with the initiative. Irena has also directly spoken with a number of individuals. To be clear, it is the stated goal of both to destroy all of, well, in Shoth's instance, to destroy all that is divine, which, for those who may lack the metaphysical knowledge, means everything. The ground that we stand on, and us, and all that is.
It's less than that. You wouldn't even know you were gone. It'd be nothing. You would never be. Nothing would ever be again.
But according to him,
Which I hope you all understand that this makes Irena and Shoth our adversaries. They are our opposition. Which means listening to them, offering them favors, giving them information they may not already have. All of this is also directly going against our stated goals. We are trying to save this realm, and as many people on it as fucking possible. And so we cannot stand beside these entities. No matter how powerful, no matter that one of them was formative in the creation of all things. The time has long passed, and her goals have thus changed. So once again, they are our opposition, our enemies. Is that understood, Rosewood?
Sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Sir. Yep.
And lest
Good to hear.
there be
Annihilation, you shouldn't be here.
Well said.
Lest there be question of a middle ground, both have also very clearly stated that they do not believe a peace is possible. That they believe we are past that now.
I had a conversation with Jordina. From her own words, she said that she didn't think killing more gods was the answer to this, and it would only make further problems. It sounds like she thinks her sister's sick, not something that should be put down. I think it's an important detail, put in the battle context.
Well, that is a bit above our pay grade. That is something I'm sure Droduna is working on. I do not
All she's
believe
told
that is
me is
something
that we need
can
to work
handle.
on patching the rifts up. Yeah, I didn't plan to go toe-to-toe with her. She just said that it would aid her cause, I suppose, if we could just figure out how to close these portals into the abyss.
All right. Do we have any further questions, comments, or concerns?
Wanted to bring up something that just happened today, just so we're all on the same page. I'm sure most of us know anyway, but just in case. Those of us that pray have found that we're getting zero response. That's a sort of weird emptiness. You had a good way of putting it, Asteri, earlier. Something like a usual breeze coming through a window, and all of a sudden now it's shut. Like it's too quiet.
Exactly that.
Apparently those with riftborn illnesses as well, from what I've been told, have received some sort of peace of mind for a short while as well. However, the last time that happened... Yes, supposedly the last time that happened, the moon kinda, blew up, so chances
Well,
are
just
something
sailing
big
now.
is going to happen.
So, hopefully that's not cause to panic. It's more than just her. Last time it was just her.
Yeah, fair enough. The point is, though, is that it seems like we're currently cut off from just about every Celestine and god, at all of them, for some reason. So, we might be on our own for a little bit. We might get some quiet from them, if anything. They're dealing with something.
And
We don't have
also
much in the way of
won't know
information. What could be?
until we land in Halsten whether or not this is localized to just us or further out.
Right.
On the note of those
And I
that...
guess once we land...
Sorry, go on.
I was just the note of once we land, we need to sort of find a way to maybe ask people but maybe not make it such a big deal if we can help it, because if it's only us, then well, something big's gonna happen around our end, and if we start freaking more people out that we've been cut off from every Celestine in this new town we're going to, then we've not been liked too much by most places we've gone so far.
Unless we remember the premonition that Lorium had.
Yeah.
To any that do converse with the various powers that be, I will add a note of caution. Irena has expressed to some of those here a specific knowledge of unanswered calls to others. Whether this means she has some specific knowledge of the calls made, or is interfering with them in some way, is unknowable. But I would caution that if you attempt to contact entities, your gods, whatever, and something answers, that you not take it on immediate faith that it is your entity, that it is your god, your spirit, your whatever.
That's a good point, actually. Do any of the seers any change in the spirits?
None that I could notice.
I haven't noticed nothing.
You can still talk with your whatever it was.
Paulus, yeah, not talk to Millie. It's right there.
As a request, anyone that does have encounters or conversations or thoughts on or dreams or etc., please try to let the Chancellor or Rectaris or one of the captains know about it. Ideally your own if you're one of the teams, but obviously there's a lot of people aboard, and if for some reason you wish to talk to someone, just talk to someone. There has been a dearth of information. Auxiliary, I know that you guys don't have a captain, but I'll lend an ear if you want, and I'm sure most of the other captains and lieutenants would as well.
All right, then. Is there anything else that needs to be discussed? Well, all right then.
Actually,
Riley?
apologies. In regards to a recent death of Scorn, we'll be heading to Halsten, where a Order representative is based. It would be wise not to mention that we have the body of Scorn.
I think that's a good general policy for always, regardless of where we go.
Okay, good point. Yeah.
Yeah.
What would you like to do with his body?
Chancellor, did you hear Vesper's question?
We'll figure it out.
No, I did not.
Do we have plans for the body?
For the body.
Likely, when we make land, we will either give him a proper, quiet burial, or perhaps a sky burial, and give him to the fire. But that is something that can be discussed amongst those that followed him closest.
Understood.
Then, if there's nothing else, I believe this meeting can be adjourned. All right, we should be landing within the next 3, maybe 4 days tops. So, get your relaxation in. Things will probably get busy once we land.
Meeting very enthusiasm. You're not fighting.
Well, it's fine.
Sure. What's up?
All right.
Eat rug. Know all that.
Let's go to the dorms.
We did not leave rug. We still sit on rug. We brought here rug.
This is such a strong stretch.
That's a stretch, all
Oh
right.
man, I'm so Yeah. athletic. Oh my Oh, goodness. we won! No more need to bring rug. You bring rug.
Oh, sorry, I just.
No, we need rug. We need rug
Maybe
back
get
for
an
him.
answer about
I'm still processing.
Oh.
Then the one that doesn't
There you go.
help doesn't get the ham. Those of you got the help.
Also, those stiffs.
Just as it can be.
To survive is to fight. Me take rug alone. We want more help.
On topic
You two must calm down. Move the rug
Eat
somewhere
rug.
else.
We still send the rug.
Knock it up.
Oh. Need rug back? We get ham. That was the most silent knock it off ever heard.
We got shit to do.
Very quiet.
Yes.
Our orders
Later.
Yes,
I
I'll
will
explain it
take
as I
your
bring
offer.
them something.
Thank you. So,
I promised
yeah.
them both
Sure.
ham if they
really need to be making a
didn't
plan
cause
for-
problems
They
and sat
shouldn't
on the rug.
bring rug.
You can
Because
leave
they're-
the rug with them.
I was busy.
So what's next?
Unless we plan on trying very small and cute, because we definitely can't kill them for weapons.
Might be why we're so disconnected from the bottom of the sea.
Listen, I could give you
Alright.
theoretical
So I
battle
think
plans,
that-
but
I did not
have
think
you
about
ever
the way
gone up against a
Barrett's gonna
Leviathan?
be-
No.
Have you ever seen a Leviathan?
Kill us all.
I haven't.
Training.
Just-
Force Oxford.
Fantastic.
Good day.
All the training I can get.
On the next few days.
I can help with blade.
At least. See if that fucking does anything. But
I need to
if I
go.
had to make a
I'm
gotta
go
catch up with
Oh, that could have gone worse.
Yeah,
right
but
now,
also-
modus operandi, probably avoid.
Someone hid the celestial talking stick.
Is that the plan, though? I don't know. That's.
Either everyone's busy or someone took
I
measures.
don't know.
So
That's what I mean. We didn't talk about it.
No one could
If the plan
interfere.
is to avoid it, then that's fine. But I just feel like we didn't talk about that, and I don't know what the plan is, and I'm worried that we're going to get there and people are going to die.
They could all just be
There's a lot of unknowns currently. We talked a lot of circles in the captain's meeting, including after you and Lafron had left, and frankly, have come to no conclusions in particular. There's
a consensus is always
Yeah.
a majority, never unanimous.
whether we'll be welcomed at all is an open question. Whether the Leviathan is already there is an open question. If it's there, we're not landing.
Yeah.
With how many there are, someone would be.
Other
taking
than
the
that,
position out or something.
I know a lot of
What
people are
happens if
looking
it
into
is there
this.
already by the time we get there then? Are we fighting or are we leaving?
We leave. We won't land if it's there.
Got it.
There's nothing for us to be done.
If there's nothing we can, if there's nothing we can do to help them, then yeah.
Just wanted to ask and make sure, so, you know.
The only thing I would think is that we could land, try and get people on board, but that probably won't.
Something might be in the way.
Went off top, I thought.
training stuff. It'd probably hard
It's-
to find the time
I can go look for him. Are you still in the same place as before?
Yeah, I don't-
Any such decisions are things we'll have to make, or decisions we'll have to make in the moment, I'm sure. We could plan for every eventuality, but we'd be here for years.
Yeah.
My papa and I sail a lot.
Right. Your father is still alive.
I'm gonna
back in
chase down a couple of
Faerun?
things. Were you looking for me to talk? You are standing behind me. I didn't know if that was it.
Oh no, I was just standing next to you.
Alright.
Do you want me to tell Yuki and...
Probably wait a little
But
bit.
I mean, Furbolg, so he lives as long as.
About something in particular, or?
Just what we're talking about.
You can go ahead. They mostly know all of this anyways, but...
Oh, okay then.
About 9,000
Isn't
years
bothered
ago.
them then.
Either way, it's up to you.
His mouth not closing.
My man,
You got an underbite forming, buddy.
What's wrong with your lip?
Oh, damn, yeah. Oh, yeah, damn.
Perhaps
Damn.
lucky to live that long, maybe not. Depends.
Wait, let me sneeze. Hold on, I have to sneeze.
But yeah, when you find the chance, you probably should send letters while you still can, of course.
Alright, how do I look?
Yeah, there.
Yeah. Weird flying on a metal ship for so long, but
Private.
Alright.
Where Mom?
Okay.
Find Mom.
Sorry, I
Where?
I
Just
got
go.
something.
Upstairs.
What? Sassy, not like attitude.
No, he just go up.
Standing in there.
Mom went up.
In there, he went in.
Yeah.
I think it's better
Connor's
in
in
there.
there.
Connor's
Connor wasn't there.
Let's go.
Maybe it's open
I
tree.
told Malik he took it well. Neutrally, I suppose. Malik did.
Well, I suppose that's better than nothing.
Yeah.
I still don't fully understand your purpose in the thing, but I can take that largely on trust.
Just try to build a wall that'll keep Rift Beasts out mainly. The teleporters I can't speak for, but if it can keep the Leviathan from, then that'd be nice. It's a very desperate attempt, but it's the only thing that made sense as far as approaching a fight with a Leviathan could be, and Murtesh said it, and I knew that if he feels that way, others would feel like they want to do something. And I don't want us to crash the ship into the goddamn thing.
Sorry.
We're not doing that, certainly. There's people in there if you're looking for a... Never mind.
Sorry, after the meeting and all, but...
Right, well...
I don't think any of us know much about how to fight a Leviathan, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
How's captaincy going?
Related to your team.
I suppose about as well as could be expected.
I suppose not.
I am tired a great deal of the time. I don't know if that is a universal experience or simply mine, but...
You prefer your room or mine?
Means you're doing good.
That I'm less convinced of, but...
That worked itself out.
It did.
Cool. Well, as long as they all say their own Ventus, you haven't necessarily failed anything yet.
Well... Mayhaps.
No metric is easy. Every captain's different. You know as much as I do.
I suppose.
Sorry, I'm on this side now. Are you still having issues with the healing thing?
The healing thing?
You had a sort of spasm when you gave me a first circle spell the other week. It's a few weeks ago. Probably about half a year ago now, actually.
I grew it back. I have a talent for
Good.
regeneration.
That's-
I can
Yeah.
do much greater workings now.
Good. That's wonderful.
Have any interest in your eye back at any point?
Could you really pull that off?
Did it to Elenia.
I don't know. Sometimes I get enjoy the appearance, familiar with it. Sure, that makes some sort of sense.
No, it's fair enough.
At the same time, it does heat up, especially on days like this. Gets a little bit more buzzy. That's could have been an Aether-Tech issue. At the same time, it's hard to tell what's going on when I don't feel like people can... gods, I should say.
It's not something I can guarantee. I've tried to heal 3 things. I've succeeded at only 2 of them.
Don't worry about it. I'm making do. You've done me plenty of favors.
If it's something I can do, may as well. In any case, I'm gonna keep wandering. Be well, Jackson.
Yeah, you too. Thank you, Captain.
Jackson.
Severin.
Hey, got nothing else going on?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd rather have it above deck. I'm cooped up inside too much lately.
Okay, which corner do you want to go to?
So it should be fine.
We wait.
No.
Are you looking for isolation, or...?
No.
What do you do?
Just enjoying, well, the very crisp breeze. And
It is
also,
that.
not every day that you're up this high.
Well, if you climb the mountains, you can be up here all the time.
I don't know if you want to call him Mom.
Don't care. Real magic.
Rosewood living up to your expectations.
I think after that meeting, it's starting to, yeah. I'd say so.
Did that change things in your estimation?
I don't know. I don't think I really had an estimation, you know, first day seeing a dragon. Not exactly the, not something you expect. You know, like get a job or something. So. It's been a ride, I'll say that. Oh my goodness.
Mom, not scared.
Don't know.
Not scared. Me press nose against the window. Me want Mom. I don't think.
What of the other things?
And I do think pressing your nose against windshield glass.
The fighting with the Palvandorians, the Yalvina.
I don't feel right to make those kind of calls. So, I don't know. I wish things were different. But, gonna try to make the most of it, I guess. If people want to be that way, the best I can do is give them a peaceful end, I guess.
What if you could make the calls?
Sorry, distracting. I really don't know. The more I think about it, the more I realize I don't think I'm... That Palvandorian was begging for me and Lorium to kill them. I don't think I would ever have the strength to do that. So I don't know. I don't think I can think of a reality where I'd be making those calls. It's a child's dream for for everyone to get along and be merry and happy. So.
What happened with you and Lorium? I heard nothing of this.
There was a Palvandorian that we were fighting, and I think both of him and I just wanted them to disarm them and take them in as prisoner. And they kept begging for us to kill them because if they, if they lost, it was it'd probably be their family's head.
Yeah.
But neither him or I wanted to do that. Just kept begging for them to just stand down, and that we would make sure they would be safe, no matter what. I don't think either of us had a plan. We just didn't want to hurt them. No matter how much they tried to stab at me, I just didn't want... I didn't want it. It got bad when a bunch of people came over, when the fighting died down over there. A bunch of people just started holding them down, and they just started screaming for death. All of us just stood there in shock, and then Malik came over and ended it. I think the one thing I would have done differently is I'd like them to go out quietly and honorably instead of kicking and screaming.
Yeah.
So... and then a bunch of us just buried the bodies as some semblance of peace and took the dog tags. I know they're bad people, but...
That is a very complicated statement. The soldiers of Palvindor as a whole, the armies of Palvindor, do terrible things. Not all of them are inherently awful. There are a lot
some
of
people just in the wrong place.
I think I'm pretty sensible. I just get kidnapped occasionally.
You're perfectly fine with being kidnapped. That's not sensible.
I'm not really fine with it, but I can't really defend it either.
I'm a northerner. I'm from here. My clan is pretty terrible, as things go. There were times where I was made to do things, expected to do things, required to do things that are rather terrible. When it's a question of doing something or dying or, in many cases, making those that you care about suffer, I don't think there are lots of good options. I've done a great many bad things, but I like to think that not all of them make me a terrible person. But I did them. I was a part of
I
killing.
don't think our worst moments define us.
Yeah. Maybe.
You're here, so... that means something. More than anything else, really.
I came here because someone took pity on me. I'm here now for the mission and for my team and for all of it, but I came originally because I had nowhere else.
I'd say we're pretty similar in that. Oh, my story's kind of silly. No pity or anything, just coincidence.
Someone with backed up evidence that they are correct in that matter.
How'd you get here then? Coincidence.
Messenger pigeon. I was hungry. I thought it was just a pigeon. The letter didn't have anyone's name on it. If it did, I would have put it up on some board and hoped the right person found it, but it didn't. And circumstances, I was skilled in magic, so I was Why not do something with it?
A good cause. It's exactly the kind of people that the invitations are for. A very great many of them weren't for individual people. It was a call for any who would come, and, well, we're the idiots who showed up.
I'd like to think I made a good choice.
Me too, but... we make something of a difference. We helped in Norrendale, we helped in Baston, we helped at Ophelia. We've saved cities, we've saved lives. And maybe we've lost a lot more than we've saved, but... but we could have lost them all. A pigeon. That's
I
the
was
most...
hungry.
I don't begrudge you for
It's
it.
probably a felony somewhere. You know? Someone's property?
Suppose. I think people are stupid if they think that the pigeons that they send flying across the continent aren't going to get eaten. And how are you to know? It's a pigeon. What, you're supposed to check them all before you...
It's just like... yeah, no, I leapt up in there and I caught it. It's too late. But I just think about it sometimes, you know, just like... ooh.
It happens.
Definitely happens. I gotta give somebody something before they
Go
get
ahead.
busy. So.
It's good talking to you.
Should I talk, Talia? Yeah. Fair near and ear, or just someone to make you laugh. I'm that person.
It is a pleasure. Always.
You take care.
You as well.
You should fight over it.
Talk to me.
That way you'll know for certain.
The accident, I already win. Emotional damage. Emotional damage.
Did you guys do the thing?
You feel whiskers.
I need him at some point, but I suppose that it'll wait.
What thing?
Or whatever.
They're forcing their will. Sure.
I exploded already, so.
Shitty water.
Okay.
That was okay.
Cool.
Yeah, no, we're doing a risky method to opening our world well, so we can get it done faster. That's why. Mainly because we need just in case to protect ourselves.
Square up! Square up!
I know it's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. But at the same time,
Are you happy now? Is this what you wanted?
it is a terrible idea.
But was it everything you hoped for?
Considering everything going on,
They're opening wells through explosions.
not explosions, forcefully putting in the magic.
I don't understand. What?
Okay.
We're trying to open
Walk me through what you're trying.
So, we went to our terrace.
I've incited them.
It's a duel.
If you want to go.
He's forcing mana through our passages to help us open the walls.
Both of those have been sitting there waiting.
He's also
for Malik to
technically
see
just
which
kind of
them is
walking
the
us
more
through it as well.
For the last
Without, but we're all kind of. I guess. Did you
also
decide
calling
to
Malik
just
wrong.
open
They
it?
weren't.
Pounding on the door.
That's a dangerous decision.
I decided to take the extra step that was.
That's what I said.
It was those two for Ollie. They were knocking on his door screaming mom.
Hmm.
Okay.
Well,
I played Ring Around the Rosie for about 30 seconds.
Fair enough.
Did they make sense here on things
Yeah.
like
Also, they got out, so is it okay?
Look at the sound of my
I
ears and tell me I didn't hear you again.
I'll caution that don't, in your eagerness, drive yourself to harm. From experience, blocking your wells is not an experience you will desire.
He already told us that what he's doing isn't gonna block it per se. It's just gonna hurt a lot. That's all. And possibly explode our lungs, but that's another thing entirely. We had a healer on standby just in case, as well as someone with first aid.
My point is, temper your own eagerness.
I'm just gonna throw a water orb at you and just call it a day at this point.
I have very
Apparently-
important reasons as to why I can't allow Wayne to open his before me.
Okay,
Fair
what's
enough.
the bet?
It's not a bet, I have my reasons.
And I would like to be able to protect myself in case something horribly wrong happens and somehow a bunch of Rift Beasts get on the ship and attack us. And I'm alone.
That one I can understand.
I can understand it, but truly I do caution.
I know.
I had my arm
understand.
melted off
Trust
by
me.
acid, and I
get
would
it.
take that over blocked wells.
As long as we're going through it with the professor, making sure
Yeah.
he's handling most of it, so we're.
Alright, so even when
think
he's
we're
handling
doing
it,
it as
he
best
himself
we
said this could
can,
go horribly
as safe as
wrong.
we can, as
Yeah.
maybe least painful as we can.
I'll leave it to your judgment. It's your lives.
Face hurt.
Winters.
Hail Winters.
We bully.
So wait, did you actually go through with the
Damn, I think Haslin's gone. That's really unhelpful. Oh well.
But they must swing first.
Also,
Okay.
like, keep in mind that if, again, back to the lying thing, they could lie and just say you swung first if nobody saw it. So make sure that you only
Make
swing
sure you
first
are in
if somebody else
public
saw
areas,
it.
yes.
You're fine,
Yeah.
you're fine.
Okay. Because they might just lie about it.
Who are you picking fights with?
Making sure if we were able to get a right of hospitality with Halsten, which I'm hoping we do.
Oh gods. Good luck,
Don't
but
swing first.
no.
Well, good luck, yes, but if we can make sure that no one's going to start shit while we're in Halsten, I would like to make sure that.
If the ride is offered, you're pretty likely about as safe as you'd get. I've been the recipient of their hospitality. They honored it.
That's what I was saying. If we're able to get one, no matter what happens, do not swing first. They may insult you, they may be full of bluster, they may puff themselves up and be close to you. But no one's swinging first, because the first person to swing is the first one to break it. And let's be honest, I don't think anyone on their side wants to be the one to break it and be the one to go against the word
Talking about the wardrobe that you fell asleep in that one
the
time.
head of Halsten.
No.
You should feel
But that also means we don't want to swing first, because we do not want to insult the head of Halsten while we're in the middle of his home.
I mean, Mr. Vignes just went down.
Yeah,
I suppose, and
There are worse ideas.
If Celine does
Could drink acid.
I get yeah.
Don't piss him off. He's awful. An awful, awful person.
Shitty water come with?
Let's see.
As long as you can hear you.
Maybe.
I feel like that's a lot of clans here in Droza.
Oh, keep in mind, it is Fort Halsten. This is a large clan, or I forget. locality. I can't remember if it's just a singular clan or if he has multiple clans under him.
There's some complexity of the politics in it, and I've never really understood it, but I believe that there are a couple of factions of things, but they all largely function underneath his rule.
Okay.
And the church has some presence, and I don't understand it. I was younger
the
at the
church
time.
I'm less worried about.
Yeah.
If we're lucky and get a rite of hospitality, even the church won't be able to do anything too openly. As we'll be a guest of.
We'd be a guest of the keep.
At least for a few days.
Yeah.
But, well, they left. You were here for the conversation. The fact that he is head of this clan and that clan controls other clans, or has them at least under their control in some form, that means he is strong enough to be able to maintain that position. Do not piss him off. Do not piss off the clan.
Got it. I'll probably just avoid speaking to him. Generally, I'm not great at that sort of politics side of shit. I'll just
In
keep a
general,
distance.
it's mostly going to be bluster. If we have hospitality. If not, keep awareness.
Mushrooms and all that.
Try not to swing first, but be the last one to swing.
Got it.
Did you get to them already?
Was actually gonna just mention, but they were mid-conversation about something else. Right, a hospitality of thing. I guess
I'll
that's
let you do
what
it
we
then.
need to do. Cool,
I'll keep
thanks.
finding others.
This is gonna sound really weird, so bear with me here, because me and Vespa had a very weird moment. We were just he brought me to alchemy to check some stuff out, so the whole thing. And long story short, I backlashed a first circle spell, which is fine. It's been healed. It's whatever.
Are you looking for someone?
I had a vision
If you see him.
because of it.
Okay,
I think. I saw stuff. I was a giant dude in armor in a really fiery place with a giant fire sword fighting a bunch of these like white and gold knights. And there was a guy, I don't confidently remember the description, but he was definitely from Ordo. I think I was Festus for a moment, fighting Ordo troops. He wasn't really losing, and then I kind of stopped for a moment to look at what I had to assume was the head guy. He had like a whole garb thing going on, and then I got hit, and then I kind of snapped back to the room we were in. My hands on fire.
I mean, it's tasty, but thank you. Gave me a piece.
Oh, I thought you were just. I thought you were enticed
Not
and you
really
just were
sure
like.
what to do with that.
Well, if I must.
It in my mouth.
Who am I? I'm unsure if that backlash, if this vision, if it is
Well, I
one,
mean, was it good? It's a good cheek.
possibly tied to the fact you have a fire affinity.
No.
A larger portion of your being is fire mana, but
I mean, do we have anyone?
It's hard to.
I'm,
I made like 6.
I have a fire affinity as well, but I have so many affinities. I don't know if it'd be safe for me to be backlashing if people are having visions.
That's all. Yeah, I wanted to bring it up and also
Yeah.
mention I don't think people should start just backlashing random spells to see if they start seeing shit. I think that's definitely off the
Were
table.
you
Don't do
holding
that.
any ingredients?
Nope, nothing in my hands. Just
Fair
kinda-
question.
Yeah, no, I didn't have anything. I think that would have been
They
one
were
of
in
the
the
first thing I'd
alchemy
bring up.
room. I don't know.
Yeah.
No, it's
fair enough. But
why?
didn't have anything in my hands.
What spell were you attempting to do in the alchemy room? Like, what was the circumstance?
it was just kind of helping light something. It was only a small thing, just kind of like a, like I can grab a torch and just kind of turn it on kind of thing. And
Yeah.
then it kind of progressed, I guess, from there. I don't, there wasn't really intent. I just kind of went to go do something, saw that, and I woke up to a backlash and my hand's on fire. And I was on the floor, so. Vespa was there, luckily, to kind of just splash some water he had over me to put me out. But
Is it just tether, or did you get like?
So, when you say you backlashed, you know this only because, well, you subsequently, like, you didn't screw up the spell, you just backlashed as a result of whatever the hell.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if I did. I've been doing this for almost 2 years now, which I know isn't long in Magic terms, but I've been pretty solid at this shit. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't hear you before I was through the door. I can't really name the last time I've had the backlash. I've been pretty consistent with the magic stuff.
Do we know of anyone else who's had anything similar?
Not as far as I'm aware.
And I doubt it's the casting of fire magic. I've been casting fire magic all morning, helping people.
I mean, it might be because of the other experiences you had.
Oh, with my prayers and I think I mentioned some of the meetings, but I've prayed to Festus and the slightly warmer sort of beam of light he was giving me from the sun that helped warm me up one of the days, and then there was the slightly heavy feeling, kind of felt like a hand on my shoulder after I prayed to him one night, but that was kind of warm. That's about it.
I mean, if you want, you can go start spreading the message that dinner's
It's the
ready,
gods.
but
Who knows?
years, he's gonna...
Well, hopefully I don't fuck up my casting later then.
You're right. Yeah, I'll be careful.
Yeah, just be careful. That's a good bit. Just
Dinner will be ready soon.
Mentioning.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Understood.
I'll have to, I guess, think on it, see if I can recognize the face, or maybe remember what the actual guy looked like. But definitely seems like Ordo are very much locked in on not being with us.
That's our understanding, yes.
Seems like they've already tried. Either they've already tried, they're going to try, or they are trying in this moment to fight Festus as well. So that's,
Well, I suppose.
I heard mention of Festus in regards to their current state.
Yeah, I set myself on fire. I had a weird vision. Seems like Ordo are trying to
burgers and French
get the guy up.
With Professor.
I see.
Is he still going to be a part of us, or are we going to kick them out since they're a part of us?
He is still part of us.
He's gonna smell it.
Just because Ordo's made a choice in the matter doesn't mean that they necessarily have to follow to it. It just technically, I guess, makes them a heretic.
Me could have cooked.
He'll have choices to make.
It's because you need to be careful with oil. I don't want...
They're his. Same for all the other followers, I'm sure. But yes, our understanding is that the other three are with Arena.
That's what Shaw said, at least. He's actually gave a rather detailed idea of where most of them stand. Not just Ordo. At least, it's not immediately up to date, but...
You're very offended.
Which others are with Arena?
They're over target. As far as with Arena, none others have explicitly said, but... Voya and Carcosa seem to be indifferent to whatever happens at the end of the day, and that they are actively trying to make and sway the opinion of Qualm, who was not for one side or the other at that time.
Well, given that there's some reason to believe Qualm is under attack, I assume that that went one way and may now be going the other.
Yes. Fruit, you just grab it and eat.
As far as Voya and Carcos are concerned, they're fine keeping their hands clean of the matter. But that could ultimately be taken as almost taking a side because they may see it as either way they win. Entropy and death, all that.
Womp womp.
Agreed, though it is advantageous to us at least not to have active enemies. Even if they went either way.
Were the Celestines of Arcadia or Dis, I believe. So their status is unknown.
Well, I'm unsure for Arcadia. I don't believe either one will necessarily fall one way or the other. They are a bit more up to their own wills a lot of the time. No. We do have to be careful. The maiden, even if not intentionally joining a side, she does have a natural disposition to lead people towards danger, and being the largest existential danger for us or anybody. She may not join them, but will definitely, possibly be skirting the edge.
Difficult to imagine how we could end up in more danger than we're in presently, so...
There's an argument to be made about where the nightmare falls on account of, well, the ability for them to even interfere with people's dreams in the first place. If they took offense to that, you'd imagine they'd probably have done something about it, or at least tried to.
Took offense implies that one side or the other is more guilty of it, and I'm not sure that's true. Irena was first, but the Golden Orb was the first we encountered.
Still going.
Kinda. Points been made.
Speculating.
I always have a hard
Let
time
me
with
guess.
benches.
It might have been Arena.
One sort over there?
I mean, I could.
I don't think that was really.
I can try. Don't worry.
It's a possibility, but really not sure. Just
I
also trying to
appreciate
make
it,
sure
I'm
people
sorry.
don't just start backlashing and throwing out random spells in the hopes of getting weird visions as
I'd
well.
stay by the kitchen.
Just kind of.
Yes.
You know, it's my job.
Yeah, that would probably be ill-advised for most people.
Do you want to be in the pathway of Caleb, like
Right.
dozing into
What were those plans?
Yes.
the French fries? Oh,
I don't think he's heard yet.
Mention
I
the
don't think he's heard
visions.
yet.
Wait till he
we
smells
talked about
it.
Auto.
Any of you know where Philia is, actually?
I think at this point we need
No.
to kind of
Haven't seen her in a while, but that might mean she's downstairs.
remember who
That sound good?
who the specific person in charge.
I think there's some people down there. I don't remember.
And figure out if this was
Oh,
or
see.
future.
What is this
If
about
it
a battery?
happened, if they've already done it.
I don't mean these stairs, for clarity.
Oh. Well, too late now. I've already come down here.
Hmm.
No. Well, there's somebody over there, but I'm pretty sure it's just the two
Yeah.
that I know of. I'll keep looking. Well, actually,
Well, you too.
I'm the mad Talia.
I was just looking for Helma, but you are not her. I'll leave you be.
No.
Oop.
That's
Sorry.
Myself, absolutely.
Sorry, Sonny.
We have to stop running into each other like a
You know,
See you, honey.
See ya.
Unfold.
Who eats the rabies?
That's not a good sign.
If you do have rabies, though, we have to put you down.
Of course.
I know early on Lorian would ask for my help if I wasn't normal, but I stopped for one reason or another. For me, I think of my halo as a extension of myself.
And then I put a tattoo of it there, so I remembered where it was.
Talia.
Well, you too.
Oh.
Is all well in the world. Nothing falling apart around our ears presently.
Thankfully, no. We're just talking about things, getting things off
Just
our chest.
talking. Yeah. The only thing about falling apart I've heard was Solus had a backlash and a vision of sorts.
Yeah,
I
what
don't know
about
anything
that?
about it.
I'm looking forward to
Something
that.
do with justice and fighting people. The war is endless.
Oh well. Fingers crossed it's a unique experience. We should be so lucky. You can stay if you'd rather, but I didn't want to interrupt.
No, it's okay if you stay.
That's fair.
There are a few things I must needs do.
Okay.
Heaven and Earth, keep my call. We have to have
Do they want a
something,
sandwich?
something. This is my
Or do they
all,
want a
right?
sandwich?
And then for those who struggle,
Do they properly
those who struggle instead stand tall.
Oh, very good question.
They said sandwich. What?
How much like sword training do you have? Like, how do you know how to
Zero.
fight?
I've never fought before in my single life. I've never picked up a blade.
The reason for this one, I would say, more so teaching them how to defend themselves, not to attack. How to use how to use a weapon, how to block with it, how to deflect. Then you can learn how to go up.
Just be quick.
Of course.
Huh. Just ditch it here.
Anyone to go tell
Maybe?
them, or
Graham, do you know where it's
that's
at?
the idea? Is not
With
telling
my
Gelb because
fries.
Gelb will eat the whole pot.
Not from what I remember.
I see.
Listen, that man has a giant basket of potatoes.
I'll go look on the top shelf. He can literally just go make them whenever he wants.
I wouldn't be able to look.
Want to do, and I know what you're gonna do. So, just think on it. That's it.
It's just not learning how to swing to attack. Learn how to defend first, because that's what's going to
makes the most sense to me.
There we go.
Plus, I don't think you can really learn how to attack until.
Riley may well be disserviced by their team. I would ask of them that they are all right. Barrett. Barrett, I think I have questions of, but not ones that I would ask easily. Like as not, it is an unfairness. But I suppose, mayhaps, I should ask them anyways. I do also wonder at our plan or lack thereof. Probably we should have something, but I can't imagine Halsten is going to easily let us into their doors. But I could speak with Malik. Or that Lothariel was not abed. What a vision. I know not how to complete this damned ritual either. Try as I might. If they have a Leviathan, maybe they have more cases, more people to try with, but I'm not sure that I'm ready. I need a stronger cultist. You have few enough of them that I can trust, and Murtash is just such a damn fool. Of no real use to me, as he is. And Gilles is the only solid candidate. Maybe Riley. I suppose I could try for Yuki, but I don't know. Would that I did not need to ask that of her. Thoughts. What then do I do? Aileen remains yet a threat, I think. At least she is of unclear allegiance. And Philia I would have thought better of. This meeting served so little purpose. What was she hoping to get? Did she get it? Maybe. Or mayhaps not, I don't... Interesting. I wonder if anyone would have admitted it if they had called for the adversary. All is quiet, but what if it isn't?
Water.
But then why would Saline and Helma and Riley, would they also have the quiet?
All right.
And when she chooses to move, I am yet uncertain how best to be a player. This absence, well, I thought little enough of it. I woke to only Elenia in the room, and I feel so distant from her of late. Yuki is gone more often than not, and Lothario unwell. Bear, maybe? I've never understood why hope was important. Not truly, not fundamentally. Perhaps simply that it is despair. It is troublesome.
Hello?
Hey, Lilenia.
You okay?
I'm thinking.
Oh, thinking. And there is a lot of that going on today. Do you mind if I sit and think with you?
You may
Yeah,
try
that's
for the...
interesting.
Yeah. Was your conversation with Jacqueline pleasant?
Yes. She was just making sure that I was doing okay. And talking about things, frustrations.
Are you frustrated?
Oh yes, absolutely.
How so?
There are a lot of things.
Go on.
A lot of it is the gods and how confusing all of that shit is. Like, it hurts my brain just thinking about all the lies and deception and trying to find what is true and not. And a lot of it has to do with the affliction. Like, I try so hard to try and figure out what is happening to my friends. But there's just this giant wall that they keep hitting with it.
Yeah.
Like, I calmed it down once. And never again. Could not do the same thing. And it is frustrating to no end. I want to be able to heal and do my job. There are sick people in front of me and I can do nothing to help them.
I am reasonably confident that my own endeavors are simply going to torture patients to death.
And how could you know until you try it? Like,
Were I a better healer, maybe?
I don't think that is the qualification for that. Or the right word. I don't
Maybe
think there
not.
are better heals in this area.
I am consistently, I think, failing. Perhaps none are better, but... Cold comfort.
And at least we're sort of on the same path, I guess.
Yeah?
Oh wait, no. Oh, I know, not in it. I know. Follow me.
What's
happening?
It is incredibly frustrating being able to look at what is happening and see it with my eyes and not be able to fix it or do anything. I can just look at it, be like, oh, that's different. What am I supposed to do with that? Like, oh, it is slightly worse today, or it is fine today, there's nothing going on. Like, even though I am in the know of what I can see, there is nothing. I still know nothing.
I want to be able... I feel so unimportant.
You're right. It is awful. I just got away from that feeling and now I'm back in it.
I mean, in all of this, I am... I don't... I am not one of those chosen for the missions that are had. I am not... visions, rather. I am not touched in some way. I am not capable of fixing that which irks me. If I cannot fix Helma's arm, I am really not sure. I don't know whether I can... I don't know that I make any difference at all. I hadn't involved myself. Robert would be alive, mayhaps. I think I am mayhaps a liability.
Liability. Also,
I think I have relatively little to offer, but potentially a great deal of harm to cause.
what are you doing with that?
Something Arena said, mostly.
It wouldn't take anything the gods say as any sort of half-truth or truth or anything.
She said that I provide stability here. For many. That I am oft enough looked to. And quarreled with, certainly. And then I find myself sitting in the mess hall, talking to half the initiative and filling them in on the events of what's happening. I find myself...
That was not just you.
Not today.
Other people are starting to step up now. Like Philia.
Philia's actions today were a mistake. Well-intentioned, but poorly conceived. Had the conversation been more of a prompting for information, it would have created a very troubling dynamic. If we are to communicate to people openly and honestly, if we are to share points of view, then let us be candid with everyone about where Saline stands. But I've not been candid with very many about a number of things, I suppose.
I mean, you take care of your team. That is your job.
Do I?
I think so. You're doing your best. Better than any of the rest of us can. You stepped up to the plate, and you took that burden. You are not the only person that holds people together. That cannot all be on one person.
Don't mean to imply that I am singular in that sense. But if it's true that I am any of it, then I must have some merit. Otherwise, I am a liability. And I can think of little.
I mean, are we not all basically liabilities at this place?
A lot of people here are, frankly, irrelevant.
So what makes you relevant more than us?
What makes me relevant or irrelevant?
I mean, you're talking like you have some sort of the thing that if something happens, you're a liability. But, I mean, if something happens to me, that's a liability.
Some ways.
I mean, I am one of the few healers we have that is third circle.
Yeah,
Like, even though I cannot do the half of what I want to and what I should be able to figure out, I still have what I can do and what I do know, and that saves a lot of people at the Institute. So I guess even if I fail at some things, I still succeed in a lot of others. And it is extremely frustrating and feels pointless and like I'm just doing nothing at all. But I do have to remember that I still have other things that I do. That I want to something. I don't know what Erna meant or what she's trying to get out of telling you that. But I don't think what she said will change anything. You are still the same Talia, doing the same things that you always do.
I suspect that in many ways the difference that you and I serve in that way, that you and I... Our skills are in many ways similar. As a healer, we are very similar, we two. And magically I am not exceptional, but I think mayhaps you are harder to hurt. I am weary. so much of the time now.
Is there anything that I can do?
No. Would that there were. No.
I'll try my best. To do what I can, so if you do what I heard, I can help. If I can.
That you try is not lost on me.
Hey, odd question. Have either of you seen Miel around? I'm like 90% sure she was in my room this morning, but now she's not. So it's possible she hopped into like some crevice in my room and she'll pop up later, but okay.
Haven't seen anything like that.
If you see her, please retrieve her and, get her to me. Okay, thank you.
You feel hair touching ears.
Yeah, my hair's always touching my
Toe
ears.
wiggle. Oh.
Can't you just feel your tail
Wait a minute.
moving?
Rid of me.
I don't want to be rid of you. Soon you'll be rid of me. You're the important one. Old living legend.
Well, as much as I appreciate it, I don't believe it's pretty much as secret as it used to be.
Regardless of whether the ticket was.
My copy of me is helpful when I will follow one on now.
What thoughts had you of the meeting?
To be honest, it went better than I expected it to.
That I think
Just
we
in
are
the case,
agreed.
at least, that there wasn't any crazy bickering or the like.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm doing it right now. Doing it right now.
Enemy. Understood. Hey, Gallop.
You should find a place to put that. That looks really heavy.
I do. I leave it in the alchemy room, but it's warm, so I keep it with me.
Is it warm?
Yeah, it's
Do you understand this plan with the shield at all?
Well, we've made an actual version of the shield because we'd started intending to make the smaller one for testing. And with these new teleporting rift beasts, the intention was to try and capture one just to ensure that the shield itself even still served a purpose. But that got sidetracked because now we're heading to, what is it, Fort Halsten, something like that.
Yeah.
Now it said. So intention was we make a full shield generator. Fortunately, it wasn't too much work to steer course to that. I guess if we arrive there and there isn't already a beast devouring the place, we intend to set it up.
Not, I think, until
That's my understanding.
Not until the Leviathan arrives, to my understanding. It's to be deployed and then used in buying time to escape. As though hundreds of people streaming out the other side of the shield won't attract the attention of the Leviathan. But
Surely the only reason we'd have to place it down is if we intend to have them cower behind it, rather than run. Though, once again, we're not even sure that it serves its purpose against regular rift beasts now, let alone a Leviathan of all of them.
yeah.
I believe they've always done that to some extent. Perhaps not as much as this.
We thought you still keep going.
No, that's not right.
I suppose we'll see.
Aye, I suppose we'll have to. Well, there's a chance we'll also just get there too late as well.
Yeah. I suppose we'll see.
Were you told about the souls thing already?
We're hanging out, Solus. Don't think about it too much. It's not your version of hanging out with Philia.
Tell you now.
Have you decided on who amongst the unsorted you're going to approach?
I have my own opinions, but I've not discussed in particular detail with my team.
No, we just finished.
No.
What of Aqua?
Do you know about the souls thing?
What exactly? The quietness?
No. There was
Things are a little up in the air currently.
He had a backlash and he was and
Still need to speak to Asteria on
he had a
something.
vision when it happened. Saw himself.
He might be free any moment
as
now.
a giant man adorned in flaming armor, a plane full of fire.
Need Helma as well, so
An army of men, not spirits or anything else. Given the description,
Convenient timing then. I do believe the two of them had just been talking since the meeting, and only now have come down.
Indeed.
The vision ended when Festus was struck, and he was sent back to his body.
Struck
Oh,
or struck
the
down?
men struck, not struck down.
Okay.
And Solus recognized those men as Ordo.
I see.
Interesting. What could that mean?
Come on.
Whether it's a vision of the past, the present, or
Fun! Freak out for nothing. We're just looking.
There you go.
Let me see. What's going on here?
Oh.
The Ferali were swarming Winter.
You made magic? No,
Alright.
you made a mess.
And she panicked.
Mess? Why? How?
Winters, are you alright?
Said enough to use magic.
So continuing, she panicked. What am I
Oh,
looking at?
We just stared
That's her fourth
for a
level.
long time.
It just seems to me that just more confirmation about where Ardo stands. But you can turn it off. They're gone.
I was going to ask where Sunny might be.
What to
I
do,
was
Winters?
to
We just stared for a
talk
long
to them
time.
about plans for Scorn's body.
She's in a state today.
She's downstairs, last I saw inside the lighter or whatever it's called.
The matchbook, right?
Oopsie, we got trouble. We leave. We know, get yelled at. We leave fast. We disappear very fast now.
I will go try to find her then.
Okay.
But with where Ordo stands, I wish to make it very important that Scorn was the last one, was the only one left who was still against Arena.
The two of you decide to cause problems again, swarming a student.
We did nothing. We just stared.
I was told you were swarming someone.
Swarming?
What did you
Does
do?
that mean just stare at them?
Did you just stare at them, or did you consistently approach them and try to climb on them?
No, just stare.
Did when fight someone, no other.
No, just stare at them. Just stare at pink. Promise.
I'll let Helma her conversation.
When
Maybe Felia's around.
Tara's been kind of moody.
I think something about a guy dying kind of got to everybody.
I mean, sorting's not for a while off, so you have time.
Yeah.
If I gotta, meet everybody at their worst and their lowest, and then therefore it only gets better.
maybe we're just really big.
you'll know.
Hang on. Think about this. Look at your potion bottles, and then look at this for drinking.
I already know a couple people at their worst.
Give me a second. Oh god, it's dark.
Nighttime does tend to do that, Jackson.
No, but that's small and compact for combat.
Where did he go?
This in our mess hall.
We're looking for
They make whole mental problem on them their own self. So we only stared.
Like when?
Any up for tonight?
Good night.
See you, Connor. Yes, I do regret missing the larger meeting that was held today. But I've got somewhat of a gist of it. Mostly of yours and health and
But,
Yeah.
Alright.
A lot has happened today.
All good?
We haven't figured out the menu yet.
In my head,
I'm also
I
trying to
keep
figure
thinking
out.
You're probably next.
Romance.
Halibut.
Me?
Like we go with someone
I'd
who
say,
thinks-
well, I don't know if I'm dateable, but Michael could probably take it.
We could do rabbit. Yeah, we
Take
feel like
what?
we love-
I'm the wrong person to ask about that.
One for the, look at him, he needs
I had
you.
like 5 of those type of things going on at one point.
I don't know about that at all.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you
Well,
want
now's
to
your
know
chance.
a romance? Romance a brown. Wait, what is his hair color? What color is his hair?
See what they got going
Red.
on there.
Wouldn't you want to date a redhead?
I'll never get
I'm
her.
colorblind, so I'm just gonna wing it.
Enjoying this.
No. Murta's just looking for someone to romance.
It's an antiquated.
Yeah.
That's what the context says.
Oh yeah, he's offering free dinner for anyone who'll romance him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Romance.
Magic.
That's the verb now.
We're just using that as the word now. Romance. I like it more than romance. It feels more fun to say.
That's true.
Oh, okay.
Not really.
No.
Doesn't that mean you get like
Again,
Especially if you say it in like Ren's accent.
It's
not the same thing.
Oh, you're just
Romance. I can't do
There's lines between every corner of the triangle. It's not like one point that goes out in a fan. Like I think what
is
they
happening?
Oh, they fine for the
I don't know. I'm gonna dip my
What does
drink
that
in,
mean?
Oh yeah,
she
some
got
fries. I might
fucking
walk
know.
right
Ask
here.
him. He's the one who
Ren.
knows about that culture. Not me.
Can you explain the triangle?
Can I beg a potion off you?
That's
Sure. It still tastes good. So.
You're blocking my path.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I know.
was
I just need answers right now, Luca.
Heavy alcohol this time.
They're the one that asked for the triangle thing.
You like fancy candlelit.
I don't really know about that.
Do I what?
Yeah, it seems like.
Look, when a man loves a woman, loves a man, loves a woman. Very much.
I've had one.
You have been reading the books.
It was rather nice.
Wait, you have books on this? You have books on this? Yeah, Lucia has books on it. You should ask her all about it.
Oh,
Where are they?
Are they talking about the birds and the bees? I read them.
Okay, wait. What exactly?
They had those in the library.
I need the books.
I don't know.
Okay,
I'm trying to figure out romance.
Okay,
Kindly.
I'll book still.
A little bit of
Would you
extra
like
honey
it?
to make it go down sweet.
Please.
You can read, right?
I'm gonna borrow this for a minute. I'll bring it back
You're
at some
not gonna
point.
ruin this book in any manner.
No, I can read.
That way they can give us all the talk beforehand,
Not
just in
unless it's
case.
a really good story. No, not like how.
Sit down.
Really something.
Well, he wants to talk with the follower when we get to Halsten, which Rayleigh's filling him in on right now. And I guess they're working something out in there. Hopefully she's helping him out with doing it smartly, not getting himself killed.
Quieter.
I don't have any idea what the vision's about yet, so
Oh,
I just was told to go ask him about it.
Killing followers of Ordo
Oh,
as
yeah.
justice.
Right. That is my hope as well.
Well, me personally, I would have loved to have given him like a massive banquet with like big banners and like a genuine celebration of deityship, all that cool stuff. But we're on an airship.
As far as I'm aware, Scorn wasn't very much about the theatrics of it all.
I see.
Just mainly to get a
Well,
job
then-
done.
Well, if that's the case, then maybe subtlety is best for him.
Perhaps. My fear is that we won't have anyone strong enough to actually cremate him.
Maybe perhaps we land at a distinct area before Halsten. A little bit more safe,
Maybe.
and then we can create a proper bonfire of some sort.
Malik already suggested a sky burial, of which we set him alight, so I'm sure he had something in mind.
How would we manage that, I wonder? I've never seen one.
Metal doesn't seem to light fire too easily.
Oh.
So I assume the top deck would be the best place to put it.
Okay. Well, whatever comes next, I'll do my best to help, okay?
And I appreciate that.
Of course. Is there anything you need?
At this moment, I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, first things first, I suppose we could... How do you go about with the cloak and the like? Do you wash it? Or, how do you go... What is your process for this?
I will more than likely remove it from his body in whichever way is easiest and most possible. And then I treat it as if it were my own.
Alright. If it ever needs mending, I'd be more than happy to help you, okay?
I would be more than welcome for that treatment. But I'm not expecting to wear it too much, especially if we're supposed to be keeping the Hood of Scorn a secret, or Scorn in general, a secret from Halsten.
I just wanted them to have something because he was somebody before all of this, and he deserves just about every respect as anyone. Daughter and man alike. Everybody deserves
If we do hold a service, it would be in the act of his cremation. And those who care enough for to be there would be. Not only is it effective, but it keeps him living on in some way, shape, or form.
Of course. Alrighty. I just wanted to discuss that with you before anything else so that we could set that in motion to make sure that he's treated with great care. Because that's what he deserves, if not more. I wish I could do more, though. But I think this is the least we can do for your god.
I'm sure he'd be appreciative of it nonetheless.
Of course.
Even if he's not here to confirm.
I just hope that wherever he goes, he's okay.
I just hope he ends up somewhere.
Do you think they go to the spiral too?
That would be wishful thinking. And I'm nothing but a wishful thinker.
Me too. That's all I can do is wish and hope for the better. But
there were several points where hope was all I had left. And I'm not exactly hankering to stop now.
I understand. But I'll talk to Malik a little bit more about this and see how we can go forward. Would you like to retrieve his cloak now, and then, or do you want to wait?
Perhaps later.
Okay, I just want to make sure, because like I said, this is at your pace, Alma, and I want to make sure that you are ready.
And again, I appreciate it.
Always. I just hope you'll be okay too, for however long that takes.
We share the same hope in that regard.
And if you ever do want to talk about it a little bit more, or if you want to talk about it now, I'm willing to listen.
And you'll be one of the first to know, trust me.
Okay. But this is pretty much all I wanted to talk about, really. I just wanted to see if there was anything more I could do for you.
This is more than enough, I assure you.
Alright. Well, thank you so much for your time, and I'll do my best to help you in any way I can to make sure that he is rightfully taken care of.
Keeping the cloak is an interesting choice.
Something the matter?
There's a lot on my mind. What next to do? Going to Halsten's kind of got me on edge. Stuff like that.
I see.
It's just, I don't know. I really hope that this institute can keep it together long enough to not get us all, like, I don't know, executed.
We can only do so much as individuals. We can only hope that people will share that same sentiment. But
I would think.
Some in this institute seem to have varying morals, beliefs, ideals, the like.
Well, I guess that's just a part of life, isn't it? Everyone's got differing looks on it. So you just gotta have the patience to hear them out.
Part of life.
Maybe that's what I think is so fun about it. Oh, hi, Talia!
Hail, you two.
Well, are you okay? Do you need any attention?
When Helma's done.
Of course.
Right. But she's been
go if you'd like.
I'm in no particular rush if you want to continue your talk.
I believe this was the end of it. Anyways.
More or less, we got the bulk of what was important sorted, I think. I just wanted to make sure that you were helped. But yeah. Talia, do you need anything specific, or were you waiting for Helma?
Helma.
Oh, excuse me then. Okay.
See you around.
See you later, Sonny. Anywhere you'd like to do it?
Treatment, I assume?
Yeah.
I have seen enough of this medical room. For a week.
Lead on.
Right. Not far. Perhaps just the bench over here, if that suits your fancy.
Doesn't matter.
Those wooden floorboards have been certainly stuck in my memory.
Hmm. Well, I don't think anyone in particular would begrudge you not wanting to sit on them any longer. To really seek our personal aims, we need first to recall our limits. Bones broken and cannot build. I still cannot see the foe before them. The bloodied hilt slips from the palm. I use these burdens and restore you, but your wisdom and limits are your own.
Do you have an idea of how many more of these sessions we have to have?
A little tough to tell. I'd estimate I'm better than halfway, but it's a close thing. And I figure I'll go a little bit more on the overkill side than anything. I'd rather not give you 3/4 of an arm.
I think I would be very appreciative of that. I don't think anyone really wants 3/4 of an arm.
Having had about 3/4 of an arm, pretty awful.
I see. Is that a possibility? Just one day you decide to full send it?
What do you mean?
Just decide that that's enough?
Well, that's basically how I
You can just
do
simply
it.
decide to give me 3/4.
It's more nuanced than that. A lot of the spells individually are an attempt to grow your arm back. It's just that they aren't strong enough alone to make it work. And so some of them, I'd say a third of the spells I tailor to specific things. Individual muscles and tendons and the like. The smaller components. But there's a lot of bits in an arm.
I have taken a look at some books, so I can only do so much as to agree.
I just left the tavern.
I had to study the makeup of an arm for a specific spell, so I can only assume how hard it is to heal it back.
It's... well... it's complicated. Healing in and of itself is a reasonably complicated thing. Injuries are not clean and well-defined, usually. But, by the same token, neither are they... there is usually a pattern to work from. I suppose literally, I am... well, not here. This is more novel, but... but it is the magic that I am most adept at, so I suppose that it is difficult for me in the same way that I'm sure Solace's fire spells are in some ways difficult.
I suppose I catch your meaning.
Good, because I'm not sure I do.
I can piece certain things together.
You didn't end up needing to, give your talk.
How do you mean?
During the meeting.
Right. For that I am grateful, at the very least. I was admittedly expecting it to be more of a case where Philia would ask anyone with knowledge on this god speak up, and then this god, and then this one.
Indeed.
I am more than grateful that wasn't the case.
I did find that it was surprisingly unguided. I suppose I might have expected it from her demeanor overall, but... well... I know not whether she got from it what she wanted, I suppose.
I did find it rather helpful, at the very least. A sort of up-and-coming of information that I should have known. All cradled together into one solid piece. Although I would be lying if I said I didn't wish there was something more to come from it.
Some sort of enlightenment or guidance or the like.
More so, I was a little disappointed isn't the word, but the guidance would have been nice, but some of the words she spoke I didn't exactly agree with. Specifically, her ending remark didn't really sit too well with me.
All sides have merit in being considered because the information is...
Yes. That didn't exactly sit the best with me. I understand what she meant by it, but...
I think there are aspects of it that are
frustrating thing to hear.
clearly fair. I think it is not terribly controversial that it is reasonably pointless to vilify people simply for conversations had or things not known. That someone sleptwalked their way. What?
I just wanted to see if you're both okay.
That one has been spoken to or visited by the adversary is not inherently a mark against their person. However, nor, I think, should we normalize it, as was somewhat done.
Simply a frustration that, in my mind, it sounds like we shouldn't do anything to those who actively go against us. That there shouldn't be a punishment of the like. Just because it's their beliefs does not mean that we should punish them for it. which, as you can imagine, goes against a lot of what I believe.
Mm-hmm. I think it is one thing to believe a certain something, and it is another to give aid and support to the adversary.
Mm.
I think there are probably many that mayhaps not here, but there are certainly many in the world who would hear about the fight between the sisters and draw assumption about fault. Place blame at Drudonna's feet. This is not unreasonable, but also naive to the realities of the war being fought. I would not begrudge people that anger, but I might well begrudge them actions against Drudonna in retaliation.
It's just simply frustrating that we're kind of being told, in a way, that although Erina has done all of this, we should try not to blame her in one way or another, which is at least how I took that. Of course, in a way I don't exactly appreciate.
Mm-hmm. Irena's side of the story is known to us. She has told it to members of the initiative. And she has also, as I stated in the meeting, made very clear her own position. That this war will end, that she will win, and all that is alive will be destroyed. And then her hunger will be sated.
I suppose. I suppose in the same way one would say I suppose to something they disagree with, but it would get them farther to agree with.
You disagree?
Unless I'm misunderstanding, which I most likely am, I would think that, of course, everyone thinks the way that they do is correct, though, as far as that gets me, but it is my belief that we should punish Erina, rid her from this world, or these planes as a whole, but I don't believe we can exactly do so. A verse in many books of scorn goes as follows. A man who spills another man's blood shall have his blood spilled by another man. And Erina has spilled more than enough blood. Regardless if one is sick in the head or of the like, the actions they do is still a part of who they are. You cannot undo what one does. Perhaps you can find an explanation, an excuse, a reasoning, but that doesn't mean that the thing that they do isn't better, isn't worse. Many believe that an eye for an eye makes the world blind. But if one eye is cancerous and rotting and spreading to the rest of the body, would you not pluck it out?
Well, I am a singularly capable healer, so it is a bad question to be asked of me, but I take your meaning.
Point stands.
I think I do not take issue with the punishment, perhaps. Though, I also think that there is little enough to be gained from arbitrary vengeance. I think many would
suppose.
seek I think that many here might claim many here are naive and might believe that any attempt which should it come to a choice between her preservation and the certainty that things will be as they were, there are some here who would risk it to avoid destroying her. I think that that is foolish. There are, I think, not so many here, but a great many in the world who would seek to hurt her simply because they have been hurt. And if we should find that her presence be necessary for whatever reason, in things beyond our understanding, probably, there are some who would see her destroyed anyways. That, I think, is foolish in the same way. But your desire for punishment is perhaps not unreasonable. If punishment is even the right word.
It's the closest word that comes to my mind at this point. I do tend to subscribe myself to the eye for an eye thought. But there are some cases where I believe there are those that deserve worse. An eye for an heart, if you will. And I believe Erna is even less deserving of that. Perhaps worse. I know a lot of people want her gone, killed even. I would like to figure out if there's something worse. Call me psychotic, but I believe there would be people here that would agree with me.
Probably.
And how? That way we don't have to deal with the up-and-coming stance of if she's necessary for this world.
And if a peace could be brokered.
Simply keep her somewhere she can do worse. Was it not said during the meeting that a middle ground could not be met?
She doesn't think so. Neither does Shoth. But I'm not asking because I think it particularly... I ask to glean an understanding of your thoughts, not because it is something I am eager to spend tons of my energy on.
I do not think peace could be brokered. Nor would an attempt be met with any thought that would be any more than just a what if. My current stance on it is that once she's seen, it is to attack on sight, so as to be an enemy of the Institute, an enemy of the world even. And putting aside my personal grudges with what she has done to me and to those I care about. Even if she didn't, I would think the same. Perhaps not to the extent that I do, but I definitely do think to that extent. Regardless if she is sick, as Drudona mentions, or may wish to claim to any important regard. Regardless of one's sickness, they do what they do. I would be hypocritical if I didn't, no? My sickness urges me to do things, and yet my will means that I don't. Should she be sick in the head in any regard, then it is her fault for not having a strong enough will.
You feel, then, that acts that are terrible are acceptable if done to people who have done terrible things.
In an objective way, yes. Admittedly, the way you word it makes it sound barbaric in nature.
I'll be calling it a night to both of you.
Good night.
Good night. I would be more apt to word it more akin to giving punishment to those deserving of it. But I still understand your point.
I don't know what I myself believe. I suppose that I'm more inclined to say that an act is terrible by its nature and not the reasons by which it is undertaken. But should I flay the skin of an innocent, I am a monster. Should I flay the skin of a murderer, I am righteous.
With my logic, I can only do so much as to say yes to that. But as long as it's for the right reasons. One is righteous for the reason they do things, not simply because they do it. I like to believe myself not as psychotic as those around me. I like to believe myself to have a certain kind of forgivingness, a mercy, if you will, but should a child steal an apple, I'm not going to kill him. Perhaps a slap on the wrist, something of that nature. I will not go out of my way to harm those who I'll not go out of my way to harm an innocent or find reasoning to harm someone who is not simply because they aren't. I do so because it is the punishment that they deserve. And especially with scorn gone, there are fewer people left to give said punishment. In a world without punishment is a world with anarchy, where nothing makes sense, law and order is nothing, where anyone can do anything. Because who's going to listen to a rule if there aren't any fallbacks to a said rule?
There must, I suppose, always be consequence. Even if we can oft
Tis
escape
the nature
it,
of things.
it must be established.
In my opinion, it should become the norm. Normalize it in a way that causes fear in people. That is one of the main proponents to why most people, at least where I come from, support the death penalty. It enables a sort of stop to a crime, a deterrent, if you will. I myself am an avid subscriber of that thought, but I am also a subscriber to scorn. So that can only go so far.
But do you believe that there is a correct law, a correct rule, a correct mindset?
That I do. It is my belief that most people think in that regard, whether or not they choose to admit it. And besides, even those who do, those who say that their own thoughts, their own mindset is wrong, the belief that they are wrong in the first place admits that they believe there's something right and righteous. The absence of a philosophy is still a philosophy nonetheless, I suppose is the best way of putting it.
A lot of people feel that inaction is a valid option available to them. It's a foolish thought. To choose not to do anything is still usually to choose one side or the other. While you absolve yourself of the guilt of the thing, the consequence of your actions is still what it is. And if foreseeable, you are just as responsible, I think.
I would be inclined to agree. Just because, and the lack of action. Just because that is a present option does not mean it is a valid one. In my mind, that makes, if you choose to do nothing, in a world where there is many things to do, many options to go down, in my mind, that makes you weak-willed to choose that one.
What do you feel of slaves?
In my mind, I feel bad for them. I wish that there were less slaves in this world, of course. I wish there were none, even. Is there a reason you wish to bring this up? To poke and prod at my mindset more?
When we were in Kava, Ignis purchased a slave.
to set it free now?
To some extent. But a slave sold for profit is followed by another. And, as with much of the efforts of people in this world, things grow with time. The slaver who sells a single slave now sells 50 in a decade. It is certainly noble in some sense to imagine oneself there is a desire to view one's actions in such a way as good. To say that Ignis has saved this slave. And in so doing, they damn another. And more.
I suppose they would try to give you an argument akin to asking if you would simply leave that slave to stay. What would you do in that situation? But as with most of Ignis, I am of the belief they thought they did something right. A small part of me inclines to agree. But their victory in that freeing someone was very short term. As I believe it was the case that that slave got replaced by another the very next day, right?
Certainly in the cages in the market, I'm sure. It's pointless to have an empty cage. And the city trades in a great number of slaves. I think I find that I believe both things. That the freedom for the slave is good, but also that it is perhaps it's two things. To free an individual slave certainly is a mercy upon that slave. To kill a slaver is... To kill a slaver and free his possessions is certainly not an action I have quarrel with. But to purchase a slave, to offer them their freedom, is, I think, missing the point, maybe. One cannot
Perhaps.
fight the cruelty by participating in it, mayhaps. I don't know.
But as we said before, inaction is barely an option, let alone a valid one.
Perhaps.
But at the same time, as decisions have gray areas, they can also have a mix of both, good and bad.
Most things do, even if many would claim that they don't.
Nearly all actions have reactions. And even then, more reactions than just one.
Are you looking for someone?
Winter.
Uh,
Ran off.
she was in there at one point, but I think she came out. Did she come? I don't remember.
She came out, slammed her head against that door, and then walked this way.
Well, that I didn't see.
I believe she tried to play it off.
I see.
Oh. Okay.
Is everything all right?
Yes. She just made a really bad joke and ran off. I don't know where she went.
What did she say?
May I query as to what the joke was?
She said I was showing people my necklace. Then she said my necklace would look better on the floor. And then I think she realized how bad that was. And she ran.
I see. Have you checked your bed?
She did not go that way. Like, we were going to get a drink at the tavern, but like, I went down there, she was not, nobody was down there.
Would you like help searching?
No, it is okay. Unless like you want to get up and like move your legs.
I think we've reached an acceptable stopping point.
I would have to agree. Getting late
I'm
as is.
going to go to bed as soon as I find her.
Yeah, that is how being flirted with.
Back at the dorm.
I was right.
Rin,
Back at the dorm.
Stop.
She's waiting.
Stop scaring the absolute shit out of me.
Stop what?
Scaring the absolute
Perhaps I will wait before heading to
shit
my
out
dorm.
of me.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
She's waiting for you.
Fucking hate everything.
Go sleep with your girlfriend. How did you get dragged into this? The necklace would look better if she wasn't wearing it, in the same way that all of one's clothes might look better if next to one's bed.
I see. I see.
Also, originally I got dragged into this because she was laying down and Murtesh was dropping cheese in her mouth. And I got Elenia as a joke to be like, look, get Murtesh. And then she dragged me away to actually have a real conversation. And then they've just been running around since.
Got it.
Chaos.
So,
Well, I suppose
Winters and Elenia are...
They're together.
Don't have the armed exactly showed, but yes.
Yeah, yeah.
They've been seeing one another for a week or two.
Close to a month, maybe.
God, that long? Can't be.
I don't know. Feels like it. I feel like I shot myself in the foot before things got cold, so that would have been back in Cabo.
I don't know.
2-3 weeks.
Couple of weeks. There's a bunch of couples on the ship.
Oh, I have noticed.
Speaking of, me and Caleb, independently from one another somehow, came up with the idea of hosting a couples night.
Hi, Solace. You gonna bring Philia?
Hi. feel like that's a given.
That's a yes.
You should take her out to dinner. She is, after all, now lieutenant. You should celebrate that.
Is
Oh,
she?
she is?
Good.
Murtash got demoted?
Shit. I'll have to go.
Around the time that he ran off into the night, he quit his. He argued with Lefron, quit his lieutenancy, ran off into the night, grew wings, and flew away.
I see.
Yeah, no, I mean, it'd be nice. I've actually kind of wanted to take her out somewhere, but we're kind of busy doing military shit.
Well, I'm sure Lady has being swooned, so I will be off.
Upstairs and make
Have a
like
good
little
night.
restaurant and serve everyone
Do the same.
who's a couple. Give folks what are maybe iffy on the idea of being a couple a chance to be a couple, and Murtash is just trying to get someone to go with him for a free dinner.
Right. Is
All of the dinners are
is
free.
the outcome of that
I know
for the common people different than just Lefron and Mayneth? Because I know there's an end goal there in mind.
That's a
and I don't
secret.
know if I'm ready. Okay, I'm not ready for that personally. I
What?
mean, like if she, I don't.
Oh, holy shit! Seriously?
Well, it's not like it's like.
Mayneth and Lefron?
The goal is they haven't bumped ugly yet,
Wait, seriously?
allegedly.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So
Well, how do you have? It's fucking. There's no room.
that's Caleb's. That's where Caleb was kind of coming at it from. He wants to help the two of them hook up.
I see.
But
Solace,
by
what you do
extension,
is
the
you send your
penetrative
teammates away for the night. Or for a couple of hours.
We actually had plans.
Have you
for
not
that. We were
screwed
gonna
your
try and
girlfriend yet?
invite all the single people.
No,
down to the
no,
bar.
of course I have. Well, I've been busy with stuff, and I was.
I've been busy
What?
with stuff.
I've been busy
I
with
was
stuff.
washing my hair that day.
Something like that. I don't know. I don't. It's a big thing.
Have you kissed her?
And well, yeah, of course. No, all the time. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well that's good at least.
You know, I don't want to be pushy about it.
At your own pace. At your own comfort.
Right. I forget that people are not.
I don't know. I mean, like, you know, I don't want to fucking make a fucking pity party, but I feel like if it's gonna go that far, she deserves someone that could fucking knows the alphabet, you know? Like, I don't.
Then learn the alphabet.
I'm trying. It's hard.
Okay, ready?
We're trying to hype Solace up into sleeping with his girlfriend.
The song makes it so easy. Ready?
Oh, we're hyping you up.
A B C D E F G H I J.
I J. I don't know if it comes. I don't know any past J.
J K.
I don't know if it's J. K. What does that look like?
L
What's
M
a
N
K?
O. Oh fuck me. Like a.
It's important to know that LMNO isn't one letter.
Like a giraffe that fell over.
Okay. It's hard. All right. It's learning how to read is difficult. You guys all learned it when you were young.
Why do you need the alphabet to sleep with someone?
No, not really.
Right, it's not that. It's just kind of the baseline. Like she deserves someone of that intelligence. I don't.
Okay, Solace,
Okay.
if you truly think that she deserves better than you, then tell her that and break up with her.
Yeah, go dump right now.
Yeah, or consider that you're not the only factor in the relationship,
Okay,
and it's
well,
not just that you chose her; she's chosen you.
I'm
Regardless
not
of that.
saying she deserves better necessarily. I feel like I should maybe improve myself as a person before I start taking those extra steps into a.
There's a library.
Then break fourth circle.
That's easier. I can do that. I can totally do that. That's
go
way
do that.
easier. I'll do that.
If you need
Absolutely.
to impress
I'm gonna go
someone by
train.
impressing yourself, go break force circle.
Cool.
Now he'll sleep soundly.
Everyone's so fucking ridiculous about sex.
Shit, never mind, his hands are burning.
What? His hands burned earlier.
No.
That's not an ongoing thing.
He goes on fire. That's his thing.
Yeah. Whatever.
Anyway, there's gonna be a couples dinner. We don't know when yet.
Well, were I to make a suggestion, probably after we, try not to all die to the Leviathan.
It's kind of, by the sounds of it, the plan.
Yeah. I'm gonna walk around.
I got work to do anyway.
Have fun.
Let's see. I'm gonna walk with you. I don't fucking got nothing else to do. The rest of my team went to bed.
That thing? Yeah, just once. That's all I want.
Oxforce got abducted by the Stitches.
What? Are they still? How are they?
Still kicking.
How the hell are they still on this ship?
Everyone's convinced the stars are winking out of existence, which I don't know. I think they're just twinkling.
Well, it's just the winter air, I think.
All right.
I mean, some of them have disappeared, I hear, but they don't look particularly unusual to me. Good night.
Good night, Sonny. Sonny, come here. Come here. Good night.
Yes. Oh, good night.
So, if you don't mind me
Alright,
asking,
go rest.
Hi. Do you want me to, Talia?
I'm alright. If you would like a hug, I'll give you a hug.
Good night.
Go rest. Good night.
How do you feel about Philia?
That's a broad question.
She de-escalated a couple arguments between your team and my team. She called all hands just to get everyone on the same page and try and galvanize everybody.
I mean, I think that the meeting was well-intentioned but poorly conceived.
It needed a little more polish, but it wasn't bad. I feel like once it got rolling, it found its legs.
I think there were clearly some things that people didn't know. But I also think that the vast majority of the things that were not included in Malik's notes are still not known to the broader group. I
still feel something, probably comparatively to...
I think she's always been smarter than a lot of people have given her credit for.
The things that the enemy is
But,
in some ways help.
like I said, relatively poorly conceived. I think it would have been wiser to have discussed more broadly with people the plan before, spreading the word of the thing.
Yeah.
I think the fact that the conversation did not devolve into a potentially violent mess is more lucky chance than skilled navigation of the issues.
That's a worry I've only been able to avoid.
I was waiting for it, but to be honest, I was pretty confident she could talk it down.
The other aspect that I'm less certain on is, I think I think a message of accepting I think a message of accepting all viewpoints is not particularly beneficial when we have a, clear adversary. I think not to judge overly harshly those who may have not, of their own choice, been put in a position. But
efforts of me have been meant to slowly but steadily break down.
That's not really what was communicated. And I think holding...
I feel like...
Go on.
Her goal, it felt like she was as much in the dark about certain things as some other folk. I feel like she was mostly just leading the charge as one of those people. She identified a problem, and I think she solved it, or tried to solve it, rather.
Yeah.
I agree. I would have talked with a couple other folks a little more, maybe gotten Malik on board, gone over some bullet points, but I don't know, basically ever since the camping stuff, and then some conversations I had with Malik about how the camping trip and some other stuff he had been pushing folks to do, they were all just meant to be leadership tests.
Yeah. Is that not widely understood?
I pitched the idea. Well, I think people started picking it up, but he confirmed it just blatantly. He's trying to shape everyone who's in a leadership position to do a bit better. And I pitched it to Talia that she should maybe step up.
I think
there was a conversation a week ago about the three of us, me, Caleb, and Philia kind of discussing who would take lieutenant, but yeah, I just think she's a better choice than the current parties.
Current parties what? Being Mertes?
I didn't. I was under the assumption Mertes was just out of the running period, but apparently that was still a discussion that was being had.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No. Now, to Mertesh's credit, he actually stepped up and said, I'm not fit for the position. I shouldn't be taking this with everything that's happening. I probably shouldn't be in this role.
Well, that's good at least, because otherwise I was probably going to...
It sounded like the idea was floated that maybe he'd return, which was unknown to me.
At that point, I probably would have had a conversation with Malik and maybe some of the others about whether Lafron was actually doing what we needed from him. Not that I'm particularly
that was
impressed
also a discussion.
Really?
I've just been thinking back to all my interactions with him. Going all the way back to the Vesper fiasco. Way back when Vesper was picking a fight in the dorm and I was still on Lumen. And just he escalated then, and then
Right now, we're just where we're going is entirely because of the vision that we saw, and we don't even know if it's a trap or not.
I'm not even really sure what happened with the Grimguard stuff. Like, I don't know why that turned into a fight on his end. Like, me and Gayla were watching them, and we were kind of like weighing when and if we should step in. But both on his side and against him, I don't know, I've never been impressed with his ability to stop an argument. And to be honest with you, our little tiff down in the bar a couple days ago got me thinking, and just Malik ain't really in charge, right? Like, I've spent like the last 3 days bullying him.
He's... If he's not in charge, who is?
Well, that's the thing. Each of the teams kind of feels like its own tribe at this point.
Yeah. But for example, Solace certainly isn't in charge.
I don't know, no. But like, neither is LaFrance. But that's kind of the point, right?
Right, but...
Some of the tribes are running wild.
But I don't think it, like, I don't know that it would be accurate to say... certainly amongst the teams, I have to be on the top of any list of leaders who have the mandate from their team.
All right, Quinn.
Well...
But...
And you, Celine?
So what? You know?
I think the more we go, and the stronger people are going to get, and the more potent the teams become, I feel like more and more power is just going to kind of fall into each group's hands, and I think I've just been very unimpressed with some of the folk. I've been unimpressed by some of the behavior since Malik got back. It feels like a lot of people fell into old habits. Expected him to solve all their problems. Talia, ain't that? I feel like more than anything, the leaders of the teams, the captains, gotta be able to negotiate with one another. I feel like we need diplomats in the captain position, not the commanders.
Responses to prayers seems to have extended to the voices that I've heard.
I do not believe that it is particularly true of the cap...
It's made it possible to actually recognize what has happened.
Before we did the whole thing where everyone wrote down their nonsense and gave it to the captains, and the captains gave it to Malik, and then Malik gave the whole list of everything back to all the captains. A bunch of people were complaining that they didn't...
Yeah.
A lot of the captains in a meeting were complaining that they didn't know what the hell was going on.
Yeah.
And I've offered plenty of times over the last months and, hell, most of the last year, that if people want to be more informed, that I will tell them everything that I know. I don't claim to know everything, I don't claim to be right about anything, but I do claim to know more about what the hell is going on than they seem to know.
I think that's fair.
And I told them that if they wanted to have a better understanding of things going into their conversation with their teams, that I would go to the library, and I would be there after this conversation, and anyone who wants to ask questions or get more information can come.
How many came?
Not a 1. And this is the thing. It's Lefron, who was bitching through the whole thing about how nobody told him anything, including things that, like, his representatives were present for, so who does he actually have a problem with? I
get people information that they need to know before I find myself in a position and not be able to.
I think it's not even about the mindset for a lot of them. I think that they don't care to solve their own problems. I think that they don't understand that they are, in many ways, the problem. I find incredible the idea that, like, obviously Ignis had their issues with the camping. Right. And I recognize in hindsight that a bunch of the teams burnt a lot of their energy and mana and the like on all of the people that broke their fucking legs being idiots. And or still had broken bones. But at the same time, like, does it really occur to so few of them just not to do it? I mean, if Ventus wasn't in a position to have camped outside, we just wouldn't have. It wouldn't have even been a thought. I would have just taken us back to the ship. Like, I don't...
Lovely hair once again.
And there's this whole nonsense at the start where
Give all the credit to Sunny.
Luca and Solace had this grand idea of, like, oh, well, we should all make sure that we either camp together or at least know where each other are and stuff. And I was like, fine, like, I will show you around when we're going, and I'll make sure you know where our camp is, but, like, I don't care that much about that. You know?
Like an individual bringing upon.
And that was the crazy thing to me was...
I guess... Have you ever found anything that would indicate...
They then didn't have a sense of it. It's their own damn plan.
Control the nature of that.
Like...
So, I will say, I was mostly the rabble-rouser, the one bringing the attention, the dangers of the cold, and...
Yeah, but they didn't even get their fucking tents set up, Rin.
Not
Like,
really,
fuck.
not control. I mean, rifts, of course, have.
You know why I did that?
Rift beasts. Anything related to the rifts has an influence on it, but control isn't something I would.
The reason I gave that much of a shit about everyone being in danger, being in cold, it wasn't just a matter of, you know, my motto, you win every fight you can avoid, and that whole camping trip was a very unnecessary fight against nature. But
At least controlled. I don't know if it's necessarily me, but it's something that's almost certainly hooked into my soul practically. It is magical in nature. I don't know if you would be able to figure out what it is that this actually does.
there's a version of you that lives in my head.
Well, we still have 3-4 days till Halsten, so I suppose I'll.
There's a
take the
version
time
of you who
to
lives in
look
my
over it
head,
if you'd be willing.
who serves butterfly tea and makes sure that all the little ducklings have a place to be.
I only want if
And I was
voices
listening to her.
come back, if there's the feeling that they're watching again. That effort we need to stop immediately though, because I feel like that would put you at risk.
And I was trying to make sure all the ducklings came back with all their fingers and toes.
I doubt that. I mean, been trying to help my daughter for a decade now, so.
And I think
never
when
had
you
a negative
reacted the way
interaction
you
with these
did, the
purple
reason it hurt so much because it was not in line with the you who
has decreased.
was inspiring me to try and be better.
Overwhelming towards me. So I know at least it has some degree of filtering it to some sense.
I wish I could afford to be her.
Was not said. So whatever you need to do,
You can.
analyze it. I'm willing to help with that.
That's not fair.
I'll try to run some tests. It's hard to test a lot of this illness because the only thing I know that influences it is rift activity, and well, I don't have anything to simulate that, so. But
We're all
I'll
more
look over
than
it
just
see what I can
versions of
figure
each
out.
other that live in the
Never
head.
seen a sigil like it, but
It's not fair
if anybody
to
would be able to nullify
hold
or
you
control
to
this illness,
the standards
I
of an
would
imaginary
assume it'd be
version of
somebody
yourself.
honorable. Something
It's not imaginary.
Shoff, whoever. I feel like
It
they
was
probably
made by
know
Shoff,
most.
so I imagine that's probably how it's possible, but makes you wonder if there's other examples.
I'd never gotten to be that person before.
Indicate a way to know what it can and can't do, or
I got the barest fragment of it sometimes.
prevent it.
I could sneak a little bit of extra food to.
Because when I take control of the illness, also, if you just take out the word illness, it becomes take control.
There were.
And I don't think that would be good for anybody.
My clan hurt a lot of people.
Well, figure out what it does. If it does what Shoff says,
There were moments where I could help just a little bit.
your illness,
I could take care of someone, I
better
could
than not having it.
overlook their presence if we were killing everyone. I
At
could
least nullifies it, and
offer a small amount of food from my pack if I had any.
Want to make sure that that's all it does.
And Ventus let me be those things. And they took me in.
Well, see what I can do. Means to keep it contained, then
But
I suppose I'll consider myself lucky in that regard,
but now we're off the island, and we don't have that shield of being able to be decent just because we want to.
That didn't stop you from checking on me how many godforsaken times when I was throwing a temper tantrum or
the voices were almost people who have passed
having a
away.
bad day or making sure the
But
people you cared about were
you don't like their presence.
being taken care of.
it's not that I don't like their presence, it's that in the state that I am now, I fear that they are
You
basically being used.
I don't even
as
remember
means
why
to
I was angry.
influence
It
and
might have
control those
been
who
the
are
gala.
able
I
to
don't fucking
perceive
remember.
and
But I remember
heed them.
I was pissed about
They may
something.
just be as much,
And
if
you
not
were
more, victims of
in the med bay.
whatever is being planned for the rest of the
And I'm
world.
pretty positive you were tending to someone.
I do not think they are
Like
innately
overnight
or
looking after
inherently
him.
acting out of malice, but
And even
it's
then,
very
you
likely
found
that
time
they,
to find me. And even then, that little
given where
version
they
of you
are,
was chirping on my shoulder, and I
surprised
left
by
some.
basically being forced to feel and
I
act
tried
in a
to leave.
certain way,
Elenia
and
walked in on me. I tried to leave some
of
food at
course
the
it would be
doorstep for
completely
you.
natural with what they believe is complete truth when they have no way to combat it. And I can't exactly ask them about it because I would just get the answer that would be expected.
A lot of people here are naive.
If I start asking too much, that might alert them to
Taking care of strays, looking after people.
Alright.
Pressing them to understand the realities of the world they live in, that's the only way they're gonna make it.
protect them from that influence somehow. That would almost be the best thing that could be done because they are directly
Yeah.
in the home of the ones who have been at the heart of everything. If they were under some sort of influence and freed of it,
That version of you in my head
I am sure
keeps
the amount
someone
of
like
things it
me
could tell
going sometimes too.
about the nature of the abyss.
And I know damn well how the
place,
world works.
those who call it home could be.
I want the world to be different. I want the world to be better. I want there not to be.
Influence, but actually happy.
Well, at that point, it would be much more complicated because, happy or not, they are.
I want there not to be people like my clan. I want there not to be people like the slavers in Kava. I want there not to be people like me.
Practically akin to brainwashing on people by.
The world would be a lot worse without people like you.
Numbers. If they are happy, I can respect that, but
I had a list of people I was going to run off with
their happiness
if the opportunity ever arose.
shouldn't be forced upon to everybody.
And it was a short list, but you were pretty high up on there.
So that kind of happiness is a bad thing.
I wouldn't say it's a bad thing, it's that it can.
I get some things right sometimes, but I get so many things wrong.
What if you are being
Caused a lot of
forced to be
damage.
happy
I've caused.
that you're forcing that upon other people by means of which they may not necessarily agree with? Is it really genuine at the end of the day, even if they don't have the means to complain about it? If you were to take away the means that makes it impossible to question it, if they
How
are
many
still
people here have killed another member of the initiative through their actions?
I would say it's a cage in its own right.
A few, I wager.
Just one that's comfortable to sit inside.
Myself included, probably.
And given my position in all of this, I for one
Who'd you kill?
Maybe if I focused up a little more, maybe if I actually got my work done on time. Maybe Robert would have had a way to protect himself.
I'd like to be able to figure it out for myself.
That was always the goal. That was the whole point of that project at the end of the day. Protecting people like Robert.
More suffering and struggle.
And I fucking failed.
As long as it's your choice.
You didn't kill her, Robert. I did.
If it's my own choice, I have no one to blame for what happens to me but myself. But if I'm acting on the whims of someone else, or
I made a mistake.
completely forced to, then
There was something we could have tried, and
regardless of what
I didn't think of it, but Yuki did, but I told her that it wouldn't work, and it was only the next day that I realized, and then it was too late.
I have done it. And then I'm neither happy with the result or the means of which it was gotten.
Made a bad call, and he's dead.
I'm not saying that I would have all the right answers. I almost certainly wouldn't. But then I would at least know that I'm getting the results of what it is that I wished for. And whether or not I wanted it at the end of the day, or what I got was what I wanted, is, well, I can at least know that was because I made the wrong choice.
The truth is, neither of us killed a minute.
Someone else made a choice for me that ultimately did not benefit me.
Truth is, it was Arena. We didn't kill him, we just failed to save him.
If I had just failed to save him, that would have been one thing. But I stopped him from being saved. We could have done it. We were so close. We slowed down the devouring that day. If I had just used my fucking brain.
You wouldn't have had the devouring if not for Arena. None of us would have been in that position. Have you been carrying that this whole time?
Carry all of them. It's one thing if I can't save a patient. It's one thing if I try and fail. I carried Robert. I carry a couple of the patients from Beston. I carry the Palvandorians. I carry the arsonist. I carry... I put my knife in his head. But I had killed him 12 hours before that. There's no absolution for that.
I killed him with every wasted day drinking and every minute I wasn't doing better.
At some point, I've lost track. Time, I took a lot of refuge in. For a long time, I took a lot of comfort from knowing everyone that I've killed. Knowing how many. I don't know most of their names, but I know them. I know their faces. But I don't remember anymore.
For all we know, if there's anything to be discovered out of it, maybe it's something I can...
I've lost count.
Any of the others. So, It's good to finally actually have a proper talk after all this time.
Like that, like a really similar way he knows like design feelings but only for other people.
I intend to.
I feel like he was the main people to fade.
I can almost guarantee you've saved more people than you've killed at this point.
Maybe.
I envy that. That's why I made the mana potion. If I could pretend to even take a crumb of credit the number of people y'all save every fucking day.
It has made a difference.
I don't need. All right now, at least. Talia?
Yeah.
I'm sure you'd be keen on getting to your partner. And if that's the case, I understand, but if you'd like to oblige, I wouldn't mind you and I just crashed over in the library tonight.
I told Lath I'd come back.
Okay then. You're gonna wake him up when you walk into that room. You're glowing like the sun.
Knowing it not, I've only really been along it for like entire 7 comes the truth.
He's the sun. I've... One day maybe I'll catch up to it.
No, you're right. You're not the sun. I look at you, you know what you are? With those greens and blues and purples all wreathed around your face. You're an aurora. You make the dark shine.
Well, I'm always gonna take a really warm cannon with me.
Thank you, Ren.
And I'm going to hope... Yeah. I'm just gonna hope it's enough. And if it isn't, I'm gonna drink a resistance potion and pretend it is.
I guarantee everyone else is asleep. Why don't you get on back and flat with Ariel for me?
What?
Just like a friendly smack.
I'm not gonna do that.
Just a little bop. Or spook him.
I'll think about it.
It's probably not that important. I don't think I can.
Have a good night.
Rest well.
You too.
Explain, but he understands somehow, and it's confusing.
All is well. There is nothing to joke about.
He's going to be an architect.
No, that's.
You have a moment.
Oh yeah, what you gonna build?
What?
Something private. Apologies.
What's up?
I wanted to bring this up now so there isn't tension. A lingering question. The day that I woke up after what Arena did to me and you healed me. You healed me and you said that think that this mana could have gone to Helma. You didn't give me a decision to ask for another healer. You didn't even put it as an offer. Is that on purpose?
I don't...
Were you trying to punish me for making Helma suffer, Talia?
Are you asking if I chose not to heal Helma in order to make you unhappy?
If you chose, I'm asking if you chose to use your mana so you couldn't use it on Helma later as a lesson, and chose not to ask for another healer.
I didn't... No? I didn't... Helma is not my responsibility. Healing her is something I do, but... You are. Your well-being is my problem.
No problem. Could have asked Delaney, you could have asked someone else.
Why?
So then you could have healed Helma more, helped her more. Don't you see there's something wrong with that? Anything wrong with that?
If my primary responsibility to this initiative was my ability to grow back parts of people that they'd lost, that'd be one thing. Could I have asked Alenia? Yes. Could I have ordered her? Certainly. But you're asking me to ignore...
Why didn't you then?
Why would I?
So then you could have healed Helma more later. You're the only one that could. We're here to look out for each other, aren't we? Even if we're not all on the same team, we still look out for each other. We still do what's best for the whole.
Sure.
That would have been what was best. to get Helma back on her feet faster. To get
She's
someone
on her
else to heal
feet.
me, to save that man for her. You know what I meant, Talia.
I could have left you injured to save the mana for Helma. Would that have been the right call?
I'm not saying that would have been the right call. Could have gone to someone else. There are other options.
But what if it were? What if that were the decision that I made? Do I heal you? There's every other healer has other things to do. If I have to choose between healing...
And you just took the option from them? You didn't even give them the option.
I have to make decisions. Not every day.
And that wasn't a decision that you needed to make on the spot. We weren't in immediate danger.
Wasn't that the day that I almost
and I respect
died?
Decisions.
Feels like it was. Feels like it might have been.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was, Talia. You're thinking about the what-if scenarios. You're saying...
So are you.
I know what you're getting at.
Jacqueline, every time that I spend my mana, it's a question. But I don't have the luxury of thinking about every possible thing that I might be able to do in a day. My responsibility is to my team. If you want that to not be the case, find a new captain.
I'm not saying I want to find a new captain or a new team. I'm just merely airing my frustrations and my disapproval of it, and I'm wanting to know why. I won't lie. For a second I thought you did it to punish me. And that you were forcing someone else to suffer to punish me. That's where I would have drawn the line.
If I had chosen not to heal Helma, it would have been because of something Helma did.
Fine. 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 So be it.
Jacqueline, do you know what project Elenia works on when she has the time?
She's trying to deal with the rift illnesses, I know. I talked to her about it today. She puts herself into it fully, tirelessly. And she told me that she feels like she's slamming her head against a brick wall while doing it. No progress.
And you'd rather it be her, Mana? Should I fetch Angeal? Have him spend 10 times as much as I would need?
I see your point. You've made it.
The other reason is that the story of why you were injured wasn't mine to share. I knew what was possible. That's why I looked after you.
I see. Before we end this conversation, Talia, I've been seeing you running around all day non-stop. I'm not telling you not to, but I merely wish to ask, is there anything I can do to make my captain's responsibilities less burdensome?
Would that I knew. Today has been relatively light.
Good. That's good. Glad. Sorting soon, Talia. What are we looking for?
None of them have skills that will replace what we've lost, so there's no point looking for that. Mostly they all have
exactly
about the same in terms of what they provide. So for the most part, yeah.
He's more of a ranged combatant. I don't know if we need that necessarily.
I've never felt that our lack of it was a huge drain on us.
Right.
And I suspect that his demeanor would be more grating against most of us than any of the others, really.
Maybe. There's a reason why he acts like that, and I found out recently. He doesn't need to. It's not truly mine to share. But he can act other ways.
Well, probably not fair for us to pick someone just because we expect them to fit in a box that they don't usually.
No. No, I agree. I just wanted to make that clear. There's more to him.
I'd not be sad with any two. In terms of my preference, or in terms of who I think would be assets?
Let's go with both. Do one first and then the other. I'm curious.
Nil does well, I think, if he joins.
I think he would fit with Elenia well.
He's got a level head. He doesn't get bogged down by indecision and nonsense. When Sorlier and Avi went after Grimgard, he came along. He didn't ask questions. He just saw that there needed something to be done and did it. To some extent, it's not great.
He that a lot.
He wandered off on his own, following us when we were going over to warn Yavina about the Halvendorians, but I think he would do fine with how we operate. I think he would fit in well.
Yeah.
Arjun and Sherry would both do about the same for adding to what we have. Sherry's skills are probably more varied from what we already have. Arjun would be a better sort of counterpart to what we already have in Yuki, for example.
Yeah.
I like Sherry the most of them.
Agreed.
They're a good
She's
person.
enjoyable, but yeah, they are. But I don't think they could maintain their smile with us.
I think...
In all honesty.
I think that our demeanor is defined by who we are now. That we were darker with the other two is not lost on me, but we haven't always been. When I came to Rosewood, when I first arrived, my first night, Ventus invited a bunch of us in for ice cream and cookies.
That doesn't sound like Ventus now.
No.
Far from it.
But we were the team that took in strays. Not quite then. But they took in me. And Emma. We had skills they wanted, but I think that wasn't the most of it. They wanted a healer, and I wasn't. Not yet. I didn't have an ounce of magic in me, but they didn't care about that, and took me in anyways, and we picked up others. Avi was one. Yuki and I took a liking to him, and things happened with Aqua, and then he was alone, more or less. So he stayed with us in the evenings, and ate with us in the mornings, and became part of us. That's why he was such an obvious choice when he came back.
I see. This was back when Ventus was this family. Right?
Yeah.
Do you want it to go back to that? Because when you first came to me, you said you didn't want that. You didn't want Ventus to be a family anymore. That's what it wasn't. What it was. Wasn't that anymore.
It's not really a question of what I want. I don't want Ventus to be anything. That's not my job anymore. It's not my role to determine what it should be. Maybe it is, I don't know, but Ventus is what those who are Ventus make of it. And if we pick up gods, if we ended up with something weird like Lyran and Shuri, our team would be lighter. I have no doubt that you and me and Elenia and those two could laugh and make merry. Tell jokes, come up with puns.
We definitely could.
I want a team that's not going to get killed when we go out there and do things. And I think all of them are about as equally good at that, except that I think Lyran is probably going to get someone killed.
Potentially. You need someone to watch him and someone to keep an eye on him, unfortunately.
Not things that I have proven exceptional at. I try to lead as little as I can. As little as you need of me. I want to stay out of your way and try to make things easier rather than manage your every movement, because I don't give a shit what you get up to in the day. You know what you need to accomplish. You've got your workstation, you do things. I don't need to know all of the details. Frankly, I don't understand enough about alchemy to get most of them. I was in alchemy once, to be clear. I get the basics, but
You were?
For a long time.
Fair enough.
It was really only
Or if you ever
when
wanna
we
pick it back
acquired
up.
Rin and some of the others that well, for a while, alchemy stopped existing because all of medical was all of alchemy, but for like one or two other people. This is why Yuki still makes potions and the like.
I see her in the alchemy labs now and then. I
Yeah.
always did wonder that.
I
She
don't
wouldn't
bother
strike
as
me
much
as such.
anymore. There's just not enough time left. But that's where the butterfly tea came from. Maybe you never saw that.
I don't think I did.
In my first few
Elena mentioned
days,
that in the
Yuki and I
morning.
made tea.
Of Ventus. Yeah, I'm guessing that's where that tradition came from.
Yeah.
Elena mentioned you guys had tea in the morning. Back at the academy. Everything was easier then. That's what she told me.
Yeah. If Ventus becomes a family, it's because Ventus wants to be a family. And I have family on Ventus. Yuki is my family.
Yeah.
With all the complexities that she and I have had, and Elenia is my family.
Right. You guys are family.
But that we can be close and happier doesn't necessarily need to mean family. Not inherently, anyways.
No, I agree. I'm not looking for a family, but wouldn't mind getting along with my team better. And not having one of them wishing to murder me. That would be nice. But what can you do? I can understand her anger. Still need to talk to her at some point, but I don't think it'll help.
No. No, it won't.
Might be just best to leave it be.
I think it won't matter if you didn't. I think nothing will worsen for you not having done so.
Maybe. Never hurts to try, though. I think that's the first time I've ever seen Yuki smiling or not sad when she was with the bird today.
She used to smile a lot. She used to wake up before all of us to make the tea. She used to stay up after us to clean up the dorm. She used to make sure we were eating, drinking. She still does, much of the time.
She cares. I think you can still see hints, at least from what you've told me and how she acts in sudden flashes. I think they're hints of what she used to be. But the world breaks us down and turns us into echoes of ourselves.
There were 6 of us. 7 once you add Elenia, and now there are 3. But really there are 2. And the other 4 are gone.
Right.
Dead or lost to us as much as if they were.
I'm sorry. Losing family. It is one of the worst things in life.
I had not the time then, and perhaps never will, to properly mourn them.
I hope you get the opportunity eventually, but it can take years, in all honesty.
Practically speaking, I don't really expect to live that long.
Why not? Because of how dangerous all this is.
I've never really harbored any serious delusions that I'll make it through it intact.
If you get a decent team around you, people that care. And I think you have a lot of people that care about you.
Not just a question of caring, though. Hell, I almost got killed by one Palvindorian.
How did that happen? I was running after them 1 second, and I think I heard you behind me, and then nothing. And you're on the ground.
My leg. He broke my leg, and I bled into it, and then I was down.
I see.
I tied it off. I thought it was just a splinter. I didn't feel it, but it was the nerve.
The adrenaline. Right. I'm still getting used to being with a team again. I'll try to make sure I'm more positioned to take those blows. Sorelea isn't here to do so anymore. I took some of them before, but she was always better at it than me.
If I'd had time to put my shroud up, it would have been fine.
You didn't feel like you could take it? Take this 30 seconds.
They put their shrouds up first, and then it was too late. At that point, there wasn't going to be enough time, and then you threw the potion, and things kicked off, and And we were fighting, and we couldn't kill the one. And I was already injured, and...
Already injured? Did you... Because of what happened, did you not get healed properly after our previous mission and attack? It's not my business. It's not my business at all.
I chose not to heal myself, so that I could heal Helma.
I see. I'm gonna be honest, I feel more like an arsehole now.
Happens. Do you have favorites amongst the four?
Sacrifice. Shiriko's good, but hesitates. Hesitates and goes silent when in the face of fear. Fear grips her, makes her jump at things. I barely got to her and Penny in time when one of the giant rift beasts, when the Titans came down on them. I think she was so caught up on trying to get him away that she nearly got crushed. There's also the thing with her shroud. She seems hesitant. I don't know why she hid it. It's not for me to know. Still, it's an issue. It's something that whatever team she ends up on, should be aware of.
I knew before we went.
Neil seems...
I told her it was her discretion.
Right. Right. Neil seems like good people. Again, as you said, he joined us multiple times. Makes his own decisions. Could be good, could be bad. Works well with Ventus. Though, with how you run things in some ways. That doesn't mean he's going to make the right decisions all the time. But I think he would suit well for Lania. He has this fun side, and gets along very well with her. And I get along pretty well with him as well. got a bit of a funny streak with him. Adrian is fine, capable fighter. Overconfident, though. Said he could probably take down most of us here. Once, when I talked to him. But I haven't gotten much of a chance, in all honesty. I was going to attempt to talk to him today, but he was unwell. And Lyran... well... Lyran has good range capabilities. And seems to have somewhat of a good heart, but just doesn't understand things. Doesn't understand what emotion is needed in what moment. Could cause problems. Potentially. But the range wouldn't be bad, especially with the reports of flying Rift Beast becoming more common.
Yeah.
I'm leaning more towards nil. My second pick is still up in the air.
We'll talk more on it another time.
Yeah. I appreciate you sparing the time, Talia, and I know I've been in... I'm not the easiest person to get along with. And I apologize for not being upfront when we've originally met and deceiving you. And making you think I was someone that I wasn't. It's hard to know who you can trust.
Yeah.
If you need more information ever on the Shades, ask. But I can tell for you for sure, they'll be stationed in Halsten.
Yeah.
So be careful. Have a good night and thank you again.
Good night.